Hey, what's going on, guys? Savage Red Recovery here. Just doing a little live stream today from request. Sorry, little technical difficulties when I was setting this up. But yeah, guys, how you guys doing on your Saturday? So, a couple things that I want to get into. I'm waiting to see if anyone enters this room, because if no one enters the room, then I am going to get off here. How's everyone doing on their Saturday, though? I'm literally just getting home from doing some work and whatnot. Had a couple things I had to get done. Had to get my beauty sleep. What's going on, Jordan? Nice to see you. So earlier this week, I was asked the next time I was going live, because the video that I had done that had the last video that had Lawrence in it. I don't know if you guys know who Lawrence Guy is. Someone posted that was a very interesting topic, and I figured that we could get into that. So I'm going to take a stance here and say I do not believe in white privilege in any case or form. I'm good, PG. How are you doing? I am just, wearing my work clothes. Just got done doing some stuff around the house and whatnot. Slept in today. Had a nice rest. Had to get my health back in order. Had to get my beauty sleep because I'm not that pretty. So, you gotta try to make up for it where you can. But couple topics here, and in the way that we can have a panel discussion about these topics. That's completely fine, and we can decide what we're gonna start at. We're gonna start at. So one of the topics is white privilege. All right, all these topics tie together. White privilege, I don't think it exists in any form. I don't think that the word privilege is actually a thing. Like, no one should say anyone has blah 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 privilege. Like, I don't accept that as a thought. Two, we can talk about like the impact of the riots and all of that stuff, and that even includes the territories in like Seattle and Portland and whatnot that those people have taken and succeeded from the government. And then if you can, send me a link to it and I'll bring it up and I'll put it out there. And three, the rabbit hole. Now, the rabbit hole is kind of like your quote unquote tinfoil hat. I don't believe in the idea of conspiracy theories. I don't believe that. I think a conspiracy theory, it's actually been proven that the CIA put that term out back in the 60s and 70s as a thing to debunk conspiracies. So anytime that someone says a conspiracy theory, it is said to add a negative connotation to whatever the person is saying. So I don't believe in that, but there are some hidden agendas and there are hidden things that are going on in our world, and all these things tie together. Now, what do you guys want to start off with? What is your guys' first topic you guys want to deal with? And I'm going to drop the StreamYard down here. So in case you guys want to jump up here and make it a panel, if not, that's fine. I can I can just ramble on by myself, looking at myself on camera. I'm okay with that. And yeah, how was your guys' Saturday going? How was your weekend experience? God, I love some iced coffee. Iced coffee makes the world go round. All right, so you guys want to start with the protests, huh? If you guys want to start with the protest, put a 1 down. If you don't, put a 2. Copy. Okay, so it's a I'm gonna pull up the article right here. All right, I'm gonna pull up the article. We'll wait to get into the article. I see that there's only 2 votes. Sorry, did not mean to send that. Did not mean to send that. Had to copy it so I could paste it. So there's 4 people in here. There's only 2 people that are actually that commented. So I'll just go with the first thing, which is the protests and the riots and whatnot. So with that being said, so the reason that these protests are actually like the reason that these protests are bad, okay? So the protest in itself is your First Amendment right. It's completely okay. It's good. Okay, so we'll get to the white privilege here in a second. We're going to talk about these protests real quick. If you guys could do me a favor and hit the like button, if you could share this to somebody that would be interested in, or you would think would be interested, that would also help me with the algorithm and help us get more people in here in the discussion. But the protests themselves, completely First Amendment right. You can do it, no problem. Anytime you want to protest, there's nothing wrong with it. Now, the problem, though, with the riot or with the protest is that there were people that want to insert the people that want to take over or overthrow the system use these protests as a catalyst for that. So that's problem 1 with the protest, is that you have bad actors that infiltrate it. Okay. 2, the people that are pushing the narrative of what is these, like what we're supposed to think about these protests are a lot of the same people that are infiltrating. So with that being said, the protests are the idea that people are protesting are on a false premise. Okay. There is not mass discrimination against blacks. Now, yes, you can bring up articles of cops intentionally planning drugs or intentionally arresting minorities to keep their numbers high in their district, stuff like that. But with that being said, there are articles and videos of cops that are white planting evidence on white people. So the reason I say that, it's not, well, it happens to white people too. It's to say that if you're going to use the minority, like the corruption on the minorities as an example, you can still offset that idea of it being racist because they do the same thing to white people. So I'm going to consider that to be a draw. Like, I'm not going to consider that to be a valid argument because you have the same thing happening to another group that isn't a minority. Okay. Now, the statistics show that there's less, like, statistically, in 2019, there were 9 unarmed black men that were shot by police. Now, when I say unarmed, I do not mean not dangerous. I'm just saying they did not have a gun. Like, they didn't have a gun. In 2019, they killed 19 unarmed white people. Not that they weren't dangerous, not that they were innocent victims, but they just did not have a gun and the police killed them. So even with that comparison, there's 2 times more white people that were killed, but the American population is 13.6% black and 60-some% white. So even the double doesn't, that percentage doesn't show up. Like, it's still not comparable to the populations. Okay. The next thing of it is the protesters are protesting on a lie for change, and the change, you really can't fix something that if you don't know what the problem is. So if there's a problem with my car, all right, let's say, and I take it to the shop and I say, hey, my alternator is bad. I need you to swap out the alternator. I don't need you to go looking at anything else in my car. All I want you to do is just to take the alternator off and put a new alternator on and then give me the keys. Well, if that mechanic goes and he puts on a new alternator and that alternator, the problem I'm having with the car still ends up happening, it wasn't the alternator. It was something else. I do know that you have to encounter. I know that you have to encounter the police encounters, but my point being is, when you say that more white people get shot by the police than black people, they say, yeah, but there's more of you. And the fact that I'm pointing out is that's true. There are more of us, but even with if you take the numbers of how many are killed, 9 and 19, that doesn't correlate to even that argument of there's more of you. Because if it was that, then it would be, you would assume that 13 times 6, it's going to be about 5 times more white people are killed. Well, it's only 2 times. It's only 2 times. So that was the argument that I'm saying. Like, if you're going to just spurely say it's because there's more of us, then you would have to take whatever percentage of 13.6 times whatever the percentage of white people is and find out what that factor is. And then you'd have to take the 9 times and times it by that same factor to see if that's a correlation. And it's not. It's not a correlation. I was disputing an argument before it was made. But like I was saying, if I was to tell someone that my alternator's not working and my car's messed up, don't do nothing but just change the alternator, and then my car doesn't work, I can't then go and say, well, it's the mechanic's fault because it's still not working. Well, I told him what the problem was, and I told him not to look at anything else, which is my point. Like, there is a problem when it comes to policing, in a sense, because there are people that do get mistreated, but it's not a white and black and Mexican thing or a Asian thing. It's I'm a cop and you're not a cop situation. Like, it's a power situation. So the next thing I'm going to say is, so with that being said, there's already a mixed message going on when you protest these things, because the narrative is black men are being just killed in the street. And if you look at the numbers, that's not true. Okay. And then when you look at the news, they're saying it's mostly peaceful protests. But again, that's not necessarily true, because you've had like 25 or 30 cities on fire across the country, to the point that to a point where if it was mostly peaceful, then like every building, every city that had protests would not have something burning. Like, you've got shit burning, you've got shit being destroyed, you've got places being looted in every city that there are protests. So like, that's also a false narrative that's being pushed by a lot of people. And now this right here is where it gets to the best part. Minneapolis, Minnesota just decided to vote to defund and abolish the police department in that city. And here's the long-term effects of that. So I don't know if you know this, but truckers have come out and said that any city that votes to get rid of their police departments, truckers will no longer go to. So cities don't really produce anything. Like, cities don't really produce food. They really don't produce any of the stuff that they need to exceed. Like, they don't. Like, you don't have milk and eggs and you don't have milk and eggs and cheese. You don't have that stuff being made in a city. Like, I live in Cleveland, and I can tell you right now, there's no place in Cleveland that's producing milks, eggs, and cheese in the city. It's just not happening. So if truckers aren't going to bring milk, egg, and cheese from outside the city into the city, then your city's going to die. Truckers are literally like the red blood cells of like the United States. They bring all the nutrients through the highways to the cities. Yeah, but listen, if you want to protest, I can understand that. Like, if you want to go out into your city and protest anything, you completely can protest. Like, I don't have a problem, or I don't have a misunderstanding of that. What I have a misunderstanding with is going out and protesting a lie. Like, think about this. If I was to go out and protest, if I was to go and garner support of thousands of people to go stand in the middle of Cleveland and protest that Michael Jordan, hands down, is better than LeBron James ever. And LeBron James will never be more important or better than Michael Jordan ever in life. That there is nothing that LeBron James can do to be better than Michael Jordan. Can you get behind that? Like, does that make any sense to you? Does it make sense to be in Cleveland protesting that for 2 weeks? Thousands of people burning buildings. Like, us saying, okay, well, you know what? If you guys are not going to get on to our idea of Michael Jordan is the most superior athlete that has ever been in basketball, and LeBron James will never, ever get there, we're going to, out of frustration, burn shit down. No, you're not. And like, the reason I'm saying that is because there are numbers to Michael Jordan and there are numbers to LeBron James. Okay. Just like there's numbers when it comes to police brutality and it comes down to crime stats and statistics. There's plenty of numbers out there. You can go look them up. But by me stating that Michael Jordan is better than LeBron will ever be, and protesting until people accept that, that is meaning that I'm completely and utterly ignoring the stats and the numbers that LeBron James has put up compared to Michael Jordan, and I am giving my opinion on the fact. So that's the only comparison, because at the end of the day, there are stuff. It's not, because there are numbers and stats, and people are just as fanatic about sports as other people. There are diehard sports fans. If you ever go to a Browns game in Cleveland and Pittsburgh plays here at home, people fight because they just don't like Browns fans because they're Steelers fans, and Steelers fans just don't like Browns fans because they're Browns fans. Like, there's animosity, there's stats, and there's opinion. Those are all things that like the point that I'm making is, at some level, when there's numbers that you can look at and you ignore to look at those numbers and accept those, you're protesting on a lie. So I don't agree with like perpetuating. Yeah, that's true. That's true. My main point of it is like, it's not that I'm trying to make a super crazy argument. I just want you guys to understand that when I tell you that Michael Jordan is the best ever, yeah, okay, so guess what? All right. Well, technically lives can be replaced. So I'm gonna put it to you like this. All right. So if you come and you kill my child, can I not have another child? If you come kill my wife and kids, can I go and have another wife and another kid? Is that possible? Is that legit? Like, if yeah, and when you destroy my building and my wealth, you're still destroying something that is the thing that I get back is not the same. It's not the same thing. It's not going to be the same amount of loss that I've taken, and you're taking away my time. Like, the point that what I'm trying to tell you is, you can't justify, like, let's be honest here. Not everyone's life is worth the same. It's not. That's 100% fact. And do you know how I can tell you this? Because if that was the case, then you would not be buying iPhones. You wouldn't be buying iPhones. Because the $1,000 or $1,200 or $1,300 iPhone that you buy is because of people in China that are being used as slave labor, so that you can get a $1,300 phone instead of the $10,000 cost of the phone. You are completely and utterly okay with slavery in a country that's farther away from you. And those people they kill themselves in droves. Like, it's to a point where Amazon and all these companies in China have to put nets outside the buildings because people are going to the top and jumping off of them because they're miserable. But those lives don't matter. No. It's I'm not saying that it's exactly the same idea, but it has all the exact same ideas in that, and it's the same logic. When you say that there is a problem in the black community with policing, and then I show you the numbers, all right, and the numbers show that that's not the case, but then again, you go to your feelings or what you've been told or of a bad experience that I'm not being all over the place. I'm responding to everyone's comments. So what I'm saying is there's, when it comes to the riots, I can get behind protesting. You can protest whatever you want. If you want to go out and protest that blue is a better color than red, that's your opinion. You can do that. I totally get it. But the difference between you protesting about Michael Jordan and protesting about red and protesting about police violence, you're burning shit down. And not only are you burning shit down, and there's shit, like, even if it's not directly the protesters, when all these things started going down and all these protesters were out in the streets, people knew it was going to go violent after it had gone violent for days. Like, it wasn't like the first day, the second day. I'll give you the first and second day. But when there's been 7 days straight of protesting, by day 3, when shit's getting caught on fire and looted, you should look at yourself and be like, well, maybe we should let this get handled before we go out there to give our message, because people aren't really going to like their shit burning, and they're really not going to listen to me screaming on a microphone while they're trying to clean out their, like, make an insurance claim. The point that I'm telling you, though, when it comes down to this, is that I don't agree with the protesting, because the whole idea is on a lie. There's facts that state clearly it's not the case. That's clearly not the problem. It's more of a police issue than it is a race issue. But people want to ignore the facts. They want to go with their feelings. Just like if someone goes and says that Michael Jordan's 10 times the basketball player LeBron James will be, that's just their feelings. Yeah, it's a fact. Like, not everyone's life is worth the same. And if you're going to say, well, yeah, okay, here's the other point that you need to realize. If you're going to make the argument that, well, you can't replace a life, but, you can replace stuff. Well, this is the thing. If I've spent 20 years building a business and taking care of my family, and you come down and you burn that down, and it takes me another 1.5 years to get the business back together, and then it's going to so I have a whole 1.5 years of not having any sort of income from that thing. Then when it comes down to me getting it open, it might take me 1 year or 2 before it like people start coming back to it, because it hasn't been opened. Like, you can't just, your customers are not going to wait for 2 years. Yes, people have the right to protest, but at the same time, okay, so let me paint you like this, PG. Just because you have the right to do something doesn't necessarily mean that you need to do it. All right? So the reason that I say that, just because you have a right to do something doesn't mean that you necessarily need to do it. For example, as a man, and any man that's in this can tell you, I have the right to say whatever I want to say whenever I want to say it in public, as long as I'm not threatening somebody, because I have the freedom of speech. But with that being said, I can't go into a black bar and start getting drinks and start making racial slurs, because technically racial slurs are freedom of speech. I can say them all I want. I can't be arrested for saying them. But the people in that bar have a right to feel how they want to feel, okay? They don't have a right to hit me. They don't have a right to attack me. That is a crime. All right. But if I say some racial slurs in a black bar and they beat me up, nobody is going to come out and say, well, they shouldn't have done that. He does have freedom of speech. They're going to say he shouldn't have done that. That's my point with there's no problem. Like, I have no problem with the protests and whatnot. I don't have a problem with protesting. But as soon as shit starts catching on fire, you should have some brain cells in your head to understand that maybe I shouldn't be here protesting, or maybe I should wait until this gets situated to where we can go back and peacefully protest. But you don't know that. You don't know if the cops got charged because of the protest. You don't know. That's your assumption. That's your feelings. That's not a fact. That's not a fact in any way. Yeah, but okay, so let me put you like this. You don't know if the cops were charged because the looting and the protest. You don't know that. So he died on the 25th. They started protesting on the 27th. That night, they started burning stuff down. The same night they started protesting, and they were charged the next day. So none of us know if they were going to charge that cop on 3 days after he died, or if it was going to be like they could have been Yes, but this is what you have to understand. The cop that killed him got charged he got charged 3 days after it happened. The protest started 2 days after that happened. You cannot tell me that just because that cop got charged the third day after he died, it's because of the protest. The protest could have started 4 days after it happened, and the cop was still going to get charged on the third day. What up, Dave Jones? Like, just because it happened, okay. I'm not, okay. So again, you're making a false argument. Okay. The argument is, I agree that everyone lives matter, but if you're going to follow that if you're going to follow that logic, you have to follow that logic all the way at the end. All the way. All the way. So when you say Black Lives Matter and there isn't protest for David Dorn, then his black life does not matter. When in Chicago, Memorial Day weekend, there was 18 people killed in one day, which is the worst that's ever been in Chicago. Those people's lives don't matter. So if you're going to say socially, under the law, everyone's lives got to matter, well, then why aren't the people that died in Chicago Yes, but listen, PG, listen. If I decide, you have to understand, the police can't just charge you. They have to do an investigation. Okay? They literally cannot just, oh my God, something happened, charge him. Like, they have to do some sort of investigation. Okay? So, yeah, like even when you're not a cop and you commit like a felony crime, you don't get charged immediately. That's not how the court system works. I know this because I've been arrested for a crime and sat in jail for months waiting for them to indict me. Even though I'm in jail and I'm charged with the crime, I'm still not indicted. They have to investigate to see if they're going to charge you. There are plenty of times people get arrested and go to jail, and then they get out because they don't get indicted on the charge. Like, I don't know. Pretty much, for the most part, all the time. No. So sentence. No, okay. So that's not how the justice system works. Okay, guys. I'm gonna put you like this. This is how this works. Okay. So again, this is not how the justice system works. The cops, they arrest you. They give the case to the attorney, to the DA. The DA looks into the case and sees if they can indict you. They then indict you. Then you go to court. While you're going to court, you get to decide if you're going to plead out or if you're going to take it to trial. When you take it to trial, you can either have a jury of your peers or you can have a judge be the only person that sees the case. You have two types of trials you can do. When you go to the trial, the judge asks the jury to look at the facts of the case and see if the person is guilty of these charges. All right. So the attorney, the cops, they arrest you for the crime. The attorney decides if the crime they arrested you for is if it fits or if they're going to lower the charges. Okay. So then they present those to the judge, and then the judge tells the jury if they're going to find you guilty on these things. Then the jury says if you're innocent or if you're guilty. And then the judge sentences you to the time for those charges. Yeah, of your peers is not black people or white people. It's of Americans, of citizens. That's how that works. Yeah, but even in Texas, the jury doesn't give you how many years of you're going to do. They convict you. They convict you of the crime. Either you're innocent or guilty, or it's a hung jury. That is how that's how that works. You don't have juries saying we do find him guilty on first degree murder. We decide to give him 20 years. The jury doesn't do that. That comes down to the judge and his discretion on what he has. And now here's the other thing. Judges also have to go under the law. So a judge can't say that you get arrested for drugs. I don't know that case. I know how the court system works. I've been in the court system multiple times. Well, we are talking about conspiracy theories. So if here. Here, let me take the dogs out real quick. I dropped the StreamYard in the chat. Well, if you guys come back into the panel, we can discuss whatever you guys want to talk about. But we're getting into the minutia here of what I was saying about these protests. The ramifications of these protests, because of the looting and stuff, people that are still living's lives are being ruined that had nothing to do with anybody. The guy that owns the corner store did not kill anybody. He didn't do anything wrong to anybody, but now he can't support his children or his family, or all the money he had invested, he lost. Okay. But because of this idea, this lie that police departments are targeting black people, here, let me look into it. Okay, I'll have to look into it more. What up, Evil? I'm not exactly sure why the jury was given the option to pick the amount of years. It might have been the way that the the prosecutor had done the case, or I'm not sure. Like, part of all the stuff I've ever been a part of, like from all the encounters I've had with the okay, so again, when you say they always have, Dave, here's the problem. when you say they always have, that's true. They always have, but it's not been like that. It's not like that now. So it was okay to own slaves in America for like 200 or 300 years, like 400 years or something. But it's not okay now. You can't say that slavery is the same. Here, I'm going to drop the stream. You guys can come on the panel. I'm going to take these dogs out real quick. I'll be right back. Come on, guys. Go outside. Okay, so here's the facts. There, as of today, there's not the police system is not just targeting black people. There's no evidence of it. It's not in the statistics. It's not in the numbers. It's not. Sorry. If you want to go back to the 90s, not even then. It's just not. Sorry, it's not there. But with that being said, the long-term effects these protests and stuff are going to have is because there's that narrative that black folks are being targeted by the police. They're trying to disband police departments. And in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, they actually voted to defund the police, and property values in the city dropped by 85% or 80%. So people that invested their money into those neighborhoods, into those properties, have nothing now, because now if there's no police department, nobody's going to spend money to live there. Nobody is going to buy houses there. People are trying to get out of there. Truckers don't want to drive any sort of supplies there. Just not going to happen. No truckers have already said that they're not going, and truckers unions have already said that they will not drive to any city that has the police abolished. So any city that thinks that this is what's good, you're really just fucking people over is what you're doing. Just simply put. But that's right. You can't replace people's lives, but you can replace property. But why not? Why not, Dave? Why wouldn't you? You're a trucker. You're black. You know, life's not fair. Why don't you drive into these cities? Why wouldn't you drive into cities where the police aren't there? What do you mean? Who is we all know? Dave, the black community in Minneapolis, they're victims. They're victims. They've been targeted by the police. They live in constant fear. And then after they lived in constant fear, rioters, not protesters, listen, buddy. They've been targeted by the police. They've been targeted. So they're victims. And then there was protests. And even the protesters are victims because they weren't the rioters or the looters. But the black people that lived in that community where the riots and protesting and the burning of buildings and all that stuff was going on was a black community. So not only did they get victimized, the black people in that neighborhood, did they get victimized by the police and then the looters and then the rioters and the art and all the people doing the arson. But then the city itself voted to get rid of the police. So then they're a victim again. And then now you're making them a victim because you don't want to drive goods to them. Talk about racism in America, man. Jeez. Damn. Okay, so in the 90s, if you're talking about the 90s, if you're talking about, let's say, LA with the LA riots in 92, 93, that was 92, 93, the chief of police was black. The top two. Yeah, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's not a conspiracy theory. But again, people in Africa and people in America are two different people. So is there more crime in black communities or no? Is there more crime in the inner city or no? I don't know if you know this, but the crime rate in the 80s and 90s was high. It was super high. The crime rate since then has dropped like 25 or 50%. That's just facts. Dave, you live in Ohio. I got a question for you. Have you ever been to Kent, Ohio? Have you ever went to Kent? Kent, Ohio? Where the main campus is, the college? Do you know where 90% of 90% of the murders happen down there? Well, one, you don't have in Kent and Ravenna, you don't have a lot of murders. You don't. I can think of like a couple in like the whole time I've been alive. And that includes that woman that kidnapped that lady and cut her baby out of her stomach back in like the mid to late 90s or the early 2000s. So the only murders I can think of that have happened in Kent, which is a suburb. It's not the inner city. It's not a suburb. Suburb. Yeah. Okay. So there's corruption in everything. Like there's corruption in everything. There's bad in everything. There's not anything you can look at that doesn't have corruption or is not bad or people using their power to their advantage. For one. Two, here's another fun fact. So if you're not talking about the increased presence, you're talking about the corruption. I got a question for you. Do you think that maybe if there was more police in an area, there'd be more corruption in that area? Is that possible? Do you think that there's less police corruption in, like, let's say Twinsburg, or let's say, where's a nice suburb? Beechwood. Do you think there's more police corruption in Beechwood, or do you think there's more police corruption in the inner city? All right. Well, guys, this has been fun, but I'm going to change the topic because I'm just going to end up getting pissed. Because at the end of the day, you're never going to, like, no one ever wants to look at the statistics or the facts. They just want to go off their feelings and argue an opinion that is just an opinion, and you can't prove an opinion wrong or right. So like, you'll never make them you'll never make people happy. You can never make everyone happy. You can't. So what we should do is the government should just give fucking the black community a black card, like a black credit card that they can spend whatever amount of money that they want and let them do whatever they want to do until it's completely okay for them to not have anything to complain about or say, or no, we should just let them run the country. Like, just do that. Like, just all of us whites just move somewhere else. Like, let's move to fucking Antarctica or something, and just leave the nation to all the 43 million black folks that are in America. And just hightail it. Okay, so regardless, problem with these protests and the problem with this far left bullshit that's going on is these cities are defunding police, and they're voting to get rid of their police departments. So the property value in these cities is just dropping, and truckers don't want to go to these cities. So yeah, long story short, cities are fucked. Cities are fucked. But you know what? The people that live in those cities, whatever. They can starve. I don't know what you want to say. Now we're gonna go to this white privilege argument. Okay. I can, if I wish, arrange to be in a company of people of my race most of the time. That is a horrible number one starting point for a daily effect of privilege. 2, I can avoid spending time with people who I was trained to mistrust and who have learned to mistrust my kind or me. That's, I don't know, like that. I can see that both ways. Like, if you raise people to think that someone's out to get you, then yeah, like it would be hard if you train someone to think that all these people are out to get you. But again, that's disingenuous because not everyone's out to get you. So I'm not going to say that's strong either way. If I should need to move, I can pretty much rent or purchase housing in an area which I can afford and which I would want to live in. Yeah. That's really not white privilege. Not at all. I never said that I couldn't look up the facts or the stats. I didn't make that argument. Those words never came out of my mouth. I didn't say that. I can't see what you guys are saying because I'm sharing my screen. So, as you can see with the first 5 points, go ahead and read them. I already read the first 3. You can read the 4th and the 5th one. And then I'll tell you my opinion. Come on. All right. You can't see it? This is an article. So this So that right there is where I'm pulling this from. This is the article. All right. Hey, what's going on? Sorry, I didn't see you down here. Christopher? Christopher? Yeah, I'm sorry, Christopher. Your mic wasn't working. You can jump back in. But back to this article. You guys can't see it clearly. Like, I'm not sure how far I need to zoom in or zoom out for you to be able to see it. Let me know if you guys can see it, because I really can't. Yeah, I can't see the chat and see you guys at the same time. I can't see the article and see the chat at the same time. So, like, if you guys want to get up here on the panel, it'd be a lot easier for me to be able to talk to you and show the screen. I can't do both. Like, literally, either I read it to you or you guys join in and talk to me. Hello? What's going on, Christopher? Oh, he's in and out. Okay, so I'll go back to that. Let me just give me a few seconds so that I can, if anyone's going to come in to do a panel, then I can see that they came in. Just like, anyone that's going to jump in, let me. Hello? I can hear you now. I can start to hear your voice. Your mic's muted, Christopher. You muted your mic. What's up, Jesus445? What's going on? Let's get a panel here so that I'm just not talking into a camera the whole time. it'd be a lot easier to have a discussion with people than me speaking and then having to wait for a comment to come back. And then, what's up, Christopher?
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me right now?
I can totally hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Hey, I want to talk about these protests, man. I
Okay.
know some people might be a fit. I know some people might talk like this, man, but I'm getting real frustrated, man, because we don't just have a police problem in this country. We have a nigger problem in this country, and these two problems are interconnected. Like you can't discuss fixing one problem without fixing the other problem, because the problem with the police brutality, it starts with the police interaction in the first place. You know what I'm saying? And you have people, people on the left who just, I don't know, it seems like they feel like police they feel like policing in general just revolves around police brutality and racism, when really the truth is they deal with a whole lot more issues other than just police brutality and just racism. I mean, they deal with criminals every single day. They deal with niggas every single day. I'm a former juvenile correctional officer. I was a juvenile correctional officer for 2 years. I got fired because I got into a fight with one of the kids. When you got to deal with niggas every single day, niggas that ain't got no father, ain't got no type of sense of authority, no sense of structure, and then it's just like, man, ain't nobody on the side of the police. The main people who need to be against this defunding the police shit is black people, because black people are the main ones that's gonna suffer from this shit. Like Sean Hannity, he don't live around niggas. You know what I'm saying? People who do Fox News, they don't live around black people.
Well,
They
not
ain't
even
gonna have
that,
no.
but
They
not even that. But if you look at any of the black celebrities, they don't live in black communities. They live in white communities.
exactly.
Obama lives in a community where there's only 9 black people, including himself. Like a lot of these people that push these agendas, uh, any person in the news that's famous, not like LeBron James doesn't live in a black community. So LeBron James can go and say all he wants if there's a problem with policing or that you know there's a problem, like it's a problem of funding not going to a certain community or any of those stuff. But he lives in a gated community where he's probably one of the only black or a few black folks are in his neighborhood or on his street or like wherever he lives. I don't know specifically the makeup of his place, but like at the end of the day, you can say whatever you want. Like there was just a journalist when the riot started that said, yeah, to burn that place down in LA. Like he was promoting the burning. And then 3 days later, he was on Twitter saying, oh my God, they came to my city. They're jumping over the private fence. Take that stuff back to your community. Like people have no problem with bad stuff happening when it's in other people's neighborhoods. But like I live in the black community. Like I live in the inner city of Cleveland. Like
Hey, I
I've
feel
seen
sorry for you, man.
like I see cops do fucked up shit, but I also see people do fucked up shit. Like it's a game of cat and mouse. Like you
See,
can't say go ahead.
See, what I'm saying is one thing that a lot of people don't understand. Now, me, I've been arrested twice. I used to live in Georgia. Now, in the South, the police are a whole lot more aggressive than how it is up here in the Midwest. I'm in Chicago right now, but what people don't understand is when the police come to arrest you, they have levels of force. You have something called a force continuum. And when I was the correctional officer, we had the force continuum just like the actual police officers have a force continuum. Now you got level 1, which is just officer presence, and you got level 2, which is yelling and raising your voice to scream commands. Now most officers, whether you're a correctional officer or a police officer, you don't want to go beyond the level 2. Because if you go beyond the level 2, you're risking your job, whether you're right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? And both times I got arrested, man, when the police say you under arrest, put your hands behind your back, all you gotta do is put your motherfucking hands behind your motherfucking back, nigga. That's all you gotta do. And you know what? Most of the time when I see these people on all these different videos and shit, now I'm not saying that the police is right every time, but you know what I'm saying? The police ain't always right, but if you just do what the fuck you supposed to do, ain't shit gonna happen. Michael Brown
Well,
was committing assault on the police officer when they shot him. This motherfucker,
well
what's his name? What's his name? Fucking from Minnesota, whatever the fuck his name is. This motherfucker put a gun to a fucking pregnant woman, and they throwing this motherfucker's funeral on the fucking TV, showing his memorial on TV and shit. Like, why we glorifying this stupid ass nigga, man?
Well, here's the thing. As a white person, as you can see by my my nice pale face, I've had the police do messed up things to me. But at the same token, I've done messed up stuff. And like when I was a kid, my dad taught me, because we were all criminals, my dad told me that it's not that you're not going to go to jail. It's about when you're going to go to jail. And he said, everyone gets caught. You're going to get caught. At some point, you're going to get caught. The test of a man is getting arrested, shutting the fuck up. Well, I have asthma, so like I have a problem with my lungs to begin with, and I'm vaping. I'm not smoking. But at the end of the day, my dad told me when I get arrested, just shut the fuck up and not say anything and go to jail. All right. And the times in which I've had bad interaction with police, I was running my fucking mouth. like I was antagonizing the problem. Does that mean that I should get treated like dog shit? Yes and no. Like, you know.
I mean, it doesn't really mean that, but at the same time, you gotta understand, like, most officers don't want to go beyond that level too. Most officers don't want to do any they don't want to actually use force that goes beyond just them raising their voice. Especially, I mean, if it's like late at night and they about to go home or something. These cops ain't really trying to deal with people like that. And you know, one thing that's going on right now, because I've actually been trying to be a police officer for like the last 3 years, right? And you know, I kind of got fucked up when I got fired as a correctional officer, but I'm still trying to be the police. Now, when you go to the police exams and when you go to like the police physical fitness tests and the psych exams and shit like that, like you get a chance to talk to people who are trying to be cops. And one thing that I noticed, man, over the last 3 years, it's like a lot of these white boys and the black ones too, they trying to be cops like with no intentions of even dealing with street shit at all. Like they'll tell you straight up, I want to go to the white neighborhood. I want to be assigned to the police precinct where all the white people at. So it's getting to the point where these officers don't even want to deal with us, man.
Well, there's a lot of places that like in Cleveland. If you go to there's Cleveland and then there's a city itself called East Cleveland. Like, so you have Cleveland and then you have like the west side of Cleveland and then you have downtown and then you have guys go in now. You have the east side of Cleveland and then you have East Cleveland. East Cleveland at night in that neighborhood, that city is so fucked up that if you're in that city, you can run stop signs and stoplights at night and you'll see cops doing it. And like, I know people that like stopped at a stoplight in East Cleveland and a cop pulled up on them and told them, don't stop, like slow down and go. So no, you don't know where I'm going with this, Dave. What I'm saying is when you're a cop and you get paid every single day to go out and come back, there's always a chance of you not coming home. Even when you're a firefighter, even when you're in the army. And at the end of the day, most people are going to try to do as much as they can to eliminate that risk. And there's plenty of neighborhoods all around the United States that we all know of that people like that people don't want to go to those neighborhoods. Even the cops don't want to go to those neighborhoods. Like there are places where people know, like, yeah, the cops don't even come down here. Like they won't come down here. Like, and it's getting to a point that when it comes to being when it comes to being a cop, like, so say you've been on the force for 20 years and now shit's going down, and now you literally have to worry about if you could lose your job at any time over anything, if you were right or wrong. I wouldn't want to be in that situation.
Man, hell no, man. And actually, when it comes to whether or not you're gonna be fired, it's actually some departments who specifically tell you before that you get hired that you don't have to actually violate policy in order for them to fire you. So that's a way for them to, fire you over some political bullshit. And that's how I got fired, when I was working in juvenile corrections. And it was, I used to live in Indianapolis, and I used to do ride-alongs with the Indianapolis Police Department, right? So on the south side of Indianapolis, that's where all the white people at, and then the east side, that's where all the black people at. So I had this one cop. He told me straight up. He said, now he was on front of the east side where the black folks at. He said, I'm gonna go to my boss as soon as I drop you off. I'm gonna go to my boss right now, and I'm gonna tell him, put me on the south side where the white people at, or I quit. I'm like, dang, man. And he was black. He still said that shit. So it's getting to a point where the police don't even want to deal with niggas, man.
Well, yeah, because at the end, this is the main issue. Like, people don't want to take out the fact that a lot of these neighborhoods there's a lot of bullshit in these neighborhoods of people doing dumb shit, and people want to. Yeah, like East Cleveland's bad, Dave. You know East Cleveland's bad. Like, East Cleveland is like literally bad. There's nothing about East Cleveland that's good in any way. And at the end of the day, a lot of people don't want to deal with that bullshit. And a lot of people don't even want to admit that these neighborhoods are bad. They want to blame it on racism or poverty or this or that. But like, regardless of the fact, you don't see the same problem in other places. Like, the point that I was bringing up when it came down to like Kent, like, in the last 5 years I've been sober, there's been 2 triple murders. Go lay down, guys. There's been 2 triple murders in Ravenna and Kent, and they happened within a month of each other. And both of the murders were drugs. These dudes were drug dealers. They got into an argument or a fight, or they tried to rob each other. I'm not exactly sure what the exact situation was, but they were friends at one. They were known to be friends. And the dude shot him. He shot the guy, and then he shot dude's girlfriend who was pregnant and killed all 3 of them. That was the first murder, the first triple. And then like a month later, there was another triple murder of people kicking in a door or some shit and gutting down the whole family and robbing the house and leaving. And like, the issue when it comes to the white neighborhoods and the black neighborhoods is, even if there's drugs in the white neighborhoods, like if you look at Black Mafia family, they had luxury homes in super rich neighborhoods, but they weren't shooting people in those neighborhoods. Like, the issue that you have when it comes down to policing cares about people dying. That is the number one priority. If you ever had a trap in your life, and I can tell you that I've had a trap, I can tell you right now where it was at. You guys can Google this address right now. It's right across the street from City Park in Ravenna. Yeah, my family's from West Virginia, my dude. Like, so my trap was at it was called Oakwood Townhomes or Oakwood Park or something like that. And it was across the street from the Ravenna Park. I'm not saying that there's not good. I actually like my dude Brent. If you guys have gone and looked at my Instagram, the guy that's got the beanie with the dreads in my photos, he's a pastor, and his pastor has a church that's in East Cleveland. I'm not saying that good stuff doesn't happen in East Cleveland, but we all know that there's a lot of murders that happen in East Cleveland. We know this. Like, regardless if there's good or not, murders outweigh good. I guarantee you at some point in Ted Bundy's life, he probably did some good things. I guarantee he did some good things. But we don't remember Ted Bundy for all the good stuff he did we? We remember him for all the killing he did, correct? Or like a trap is it's like a trap is pretty much where you sell drugs out of it 24/7. It's a trap. Like, it is a place where people can go to get served. The things that made a trap hot was people dying. Like, I don't know if you guys know this about the mustache enthusiast during World War II. He actually was a vegan. He didn't eat animals. And a lot of America's like laws that come from like how you're supposed to treat animals come from him. Yeah. But he was murderous. It is a trap. But again, the point that I'm making is your trap. Yeah, shooting galleries where people go to shoot drugs. A trap is where you go and buy drugs. Now, a lot of people do shoot drugs in traps. Like, that happens too. But the point that I'm getting to is you always remember shit for the bad. You don't remember any of the good. So, like, I guarantee that you didn't know. No one here knew that mustache enthusiast of World War II was a vegan. He thought it was not. He thought it was horrible. He thought it was horrible to eat animals, and he would eat. He actually has a saying where, as a vegan, he said that it was okay to eat chicken eggs because by eating the chicken egg, that meant that a chicken got to live for another day. So, with that being said, do people remember him for being a vegan? Do people remember him for treating animals with respect? No, we remember him for treating other people like shit. So that's my point when it comes to East Cleveland. East Cleveland is known for being a bad, ran down area where there's a high crime and it's dangerous. So, like, I'm not playing like a bait and switch type of argument. Like, the fact of the matter is, what Christopher was saying is true. There are a lot of places where cops don't even want to go. And, like, people don't take into account, like, well, no matter what, blah, 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 blah. Well, no matter what, blah, 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 you know this. Like, no, dude, like, people don't take into account all the fucked up shit that goes on in these neighborhoods. It's just the truth. But going back to this white privilege thing, point blank, I don't believe in white privilege. I don't think that that's a thing. And a lot of these arguments that were on this page, no, it's not what people choose. It's not what people choose to remember. It's this right here. If I was in school, all right, and I had a best friend, all right, if I was in school and I had a best friend, and we were best friends for years, and then that person screwed me over pretty bad one time, I'm going to remember that one time that they screwed me over and decide never to be their friend again, even though I had a good time with them at one point in life. It's just like that girlfriend that cheated on you and stole all your stuff. even though you loved her, you're going to remember her stealing your stuff and cheating on you. You're not going to want to go back to the first 2 weeks you guys were together. And yes, I understand that the chicken egg is the chicken, but his argument was that if you eat the chicken egg, then you're not killing a actual chicken. That was his idea. His point was that the chicken that's living gets to live another day because you ate an egg. That was the argument. I know it's still a chicken. What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, Kyle, can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, so two things. With what you said with how people see Cleveland, I think people choose to see what they want to see. You know, what you kind of bring up with the person. Like I don't know, I said with Gandhi, people see Gandhi as this peaceful guy, but we don't see him as he said some stuff about black people, or we don't see how he did some questionable stuff, like he would sleep in the bed with like little girls. We don't remember him for that. We remember him for what he did. Or like Columbus, we used to remember him for his great contribution to Europe, but now we're deciding we're going to remember him for all the killing he did. So it's like it's what people choose to remember.
Yeah, but that's true. But again, so like name a person in history that made big moves that didn't kill people.
You said that made big moves that didn't kill people?
Yeah.
I mean,
so Christopher Columbus he's known for discovering the New World. All right. Well, at that same time, slavery was acceptable. All right. At that same time, the main empires conquered lands. So like back then, it was acceptable to go to another place and kill people. Today, we don't do that. Like,
no, there's a thing about that. I want to give you some historical context with that, because I actually read something with the context of that. There was this priest who went with Columbus on his journey, and when he got there, he wrote a text saying how savage the Europeans were to natives there. Like they were kidnapping people, burning them alive, doing all kinds of things. And then he wrote how every time one native retaliated in any way to what they did, they would come back with 3 times the force and like just kill 3 times. Like for every one person, every one European they killed, they would kill 3 times as many people. And a priest wrote back to the Pope saying, hey, you gotta do something about this because they're being savages. So I don't think it was widely accepted. The colonization, yeah, but the whole there were some kind of codes with the killing.
Yeah, there were some kind of codes, but look at the Roman Empire. They did the same shit. Look at the Mongols when they conquered across Asia into Europe. They did the same shit. When you look at the Chinese,
they weren't looked at as good people. It depends on who you ask. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but again, what I'm saying is that goes with everybody. Like that goes with every group.
Yeah.
Like that's it. It goes with every group. Just like if you look at Mother Teresa, her hospitals treated people like crap. If you look at the Catholics with the Inquisition, like everybody did the exact same stuff. Everyone's morals just changed at different places in time throughout history. So, like during the slave trade in America, it was socially acceptable across the world to own slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we're 160 years away from there, we look back and they're like, these people were barbarians. But when you lived in that time period, it was acceptable all over the world. So like that's my point. Like anytime that you look back on something, time is always progressing. That's how you know this country is not, we do not have the same view on stuff, because anytime we look back in history from today, we agree that what they were doing was wrong.
Yeah.
Like if you go back and look at the 1950s and you're like, oh yeah, that's fucked up. So we don't do that now. But in the 1950s, I'm sure if they would have looked back in time at the fucking 1890s, they'd have been like, oh shit, that's fucked up. Let's not do that now. So
Yeah, they're always changing.
Yeah, it's always changing. So this idea that now that we can have some sort of moral high ground and right the wrongs of the past is disingenuous, because every time that you look back in history, you're not going to agree with all the shit that they did. Like I was watching a podcast, and they were talking about, so if an artist does something bad, people will ban
I know
that
podcast you're talking about.
People will ban that artist, okay? But people don't do the same thing when it comes to science, because back in the day during the Greek times, all the scientists liked little boys. But you're not going to stop using penicillin because he liked little boys. But if you find out an actor or a celebrity who made great music, you find out he liked little boys, you'll stop listening to his music. So this is the problem. A lot of these arguments that people are having with their feelings, they don't follow it all the way through. So like the problem with Black Lives Matter is they say that Black Lives Matter. Okay, we can agree on that premise. But then when you watch them portray that's their actions don't say that Black Lives Matter.
I think with the whole artist and science thing, like, you know, as they said in the podcast, it's kind of different. Because like R. Kelly, for example, if you look at his lyrics, because artists is like music and stuff, that's self-expression. So when you look at his lyrics and he says, my mind is telling me no, but my body's telling me yes, and you look at what he did, you can't view the music the same as if it's just a song. But if you look at science, whatever the person did, if that's something that's helping people.
Yeah, but see this is, but this is what I'm saying. When you see now what R. Kelly was saying, now after you know what he was doing, you are now putting his actions of what he did on those lyrics, but you didn't put that same perception on those lyrics. So regardless of what he meant with the lyric, you didn't see that when you didn't know about his personal life. So that is you, because if he's saying no, but my body's telling me yes, are you telling me in life that there's ever been a time where a woman has hit you up to go do something and you were like, I probably shouldn't go over there, but you really wanted to get some and you went over there and it ended up being just as crappy as you thought it was going to be? Like you were in some fucked up situation that you really didn't want to be in, but you're only there because you're trying to get laid. Like,
wait, so what do you ask me? You saying have I ever gone, like, did something with a girl just to get my mind off the situation?
So what I'm saying is, have you ever been hit up by a girl on like a Friday night? All right, Friday night, 11 o'clock. She needs picked up from a bar. She's hot. All right, you flirted with her a few times in the past. All right, and you're thinking, I haven't had any in like 3 months, and she's hot, and she's kind of putting out there that I might get some, but you're like, but it's gonna suck if I drive 45 minutes to pick her up, and then I have to drive her home, and then I gotta deal with this and deal with that, and I don't get none. And then your mind's like, it doesn't make sense to go do this, but you're really haven't had any in 4 months. And you're like, I need it. So you drive your 45 minutes to pick her up. She's 30 minutes from her house. You go to take her back to her house, But before that, she wants you to pick up her friend and drop her friend off and stop at the gas station so she can get cigarettes and then go to Taco Bell because she's drunk as shit and wants something to eat. And then you end up spending 4 hours driving this chick around, and then you drop her off at her house, and then you have to end up driving an hour back to your house. And you were like, I shouldn't even done this. I knew I shouldn't have done this, but I did it anyways because I wanted to get laid.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been in that situation, so I don't think I would do something like that. Because, like, me personally, how it is, it's like, you know, I kind of just weigh my options. So it's like, if I have a chance with a girl, but the downsides outweigh the benefit of like a good 5-second feeling, I'm just gonna be like, yo, it's not worth it.
So this is what I'm saying, though. What you just said is exactly what his lyrics said. My brain is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. That doesn't mean that he's doing anything illegal. But every man has been in a situation. No, what I'm saying is in the song with that lyric, my brain is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. That context does not mean that he's doing something illegal. Every man has had their big head tell them, no, you shouldn't do this. And I don't mean committing a crime. And then they've had their little head tell them, oh, yes, you need to do this. Like that's my point. Like, it's only after we know of what he was doing outside of his music do we now put that perspective onto his music. But when you go back to science and you know that this dude was, you know, he loved 14-year-old boys, you don't wonder, well, how did he come up with the idea of I don't know, antibiotics? Was he testing it? Like, you don't go, well, he liked little boys, so was he testing this stuff on little boys? Like there's when it comes down to this outrage culture, this stuff only gets applied in certain ways, is my point. That was my whole argument. Like, people say that Black Lives Matter. I can totally agree with you that Black Lives Matter, okay? Just like I can also agree that all lives matter, okay? Like, can we agree that every life matters?
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree that...
Hold on. Here's the thing with that. Oh, okay, go ahead.
But can we agree that Black lives matter as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why is it a problem when someone says all lives matter? Because the person who only agrees that Black lives matter puts their thought of you taking away from Black lives. They're putting their feelings on what you're saying. That's the same thing that's being done to R. Kelly. You're taking your opinion of R. Kelly and putting it on his words at the time. Like, people knew that he was with a girl. He married a woman that was 17 years old, and he was saying all this creepy shit, and no one cared. Like, at that time, she's 17. It's not a big deal. It's his wife. He's got these creepy lyrics like, oh, wait, he came out with a series called In the Closet. Like, oh, it's okay. Like, he was, hanging out with Aaliyah.
Well, again, I think science and art is different. Like, art is self-expression, but science is no emotion in it. Like I did studies at my school, and when you're doing science, you're doing an experiment and you're trying to limit any kind of bias or anything, even your own bias. You have to train yourself not to show anything to the experimenter that could affect the results. And not only that, even after you finish your experiment and you get your results, another team of scientists has to repeat the experiment, and we don't even consider it valid until another person follows your result exactly and gets the same result.
Yeah,
so
but
there's nothing personal about it.
Yeah, but that's in 2020. That's not in 1364 when they were doing science experiments. There wasn't a mass group of scientists that could talk to each other. Like like a lot of these ideas come from now that we put back then. Like that's my point. Like when people say all lives matter, they're just saying that everyone lives matter. When people say Black Lives Matter, they say Black Lives Matter. But when you put up the point that there's all these black folks that are being killed in the inner city or being killed because of these riots, or be like, people don't want to put that, like, they don't want to use that same logic for those people. Like Floyd got 3 burials. He got 3 funerals, bro. Floyd got 3 funerals. Yes, they gave him 3 burials that were on.
Wait,
all
what were the 3 funerals for?
I don't know, but there was one in Houston. There was one, like, there was 3 of them. He got 3 funerals. All right,
Okay.
but in Chicago, the weekend of Memorial Day, there was 18 people killed in one day. The bloodiest day ever in Chicago. Are those 18 people? Are those 18 people going to end up getting 3 funerals? Are their names on the news? No, they're not. When people say, but the black businesses that are being destroyed and the black people being killed in those riots are a problem, they want to say, oh, well, those people, those are just collateral damage. Like, that's my issue.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but here's my problem with the all lives matter thing. If you said all lives matter before they said Black Lives Matter, there would have never been a problem. The outrage with all lives matter is that people said all lives matter as a protest against Black Lives Matter. So it's like,
okay,
people are trying to say, regardless of whether or not you agree with the movement or not, the problem people are saying is we're trying to get our spotlight, trying to promote our issue, and you just see the name and you say, well, I'm going to protest against your protest. If you came
that's your view.
Huh?
That's your view. That's your view.
So you don't think all lives matter and blue lives matter is a protest against Black Lives Matter?
Well, I think the Blue Lives Matter is more of a protest of the hate on the police.
But they never said that until after people started saying Black Lives Matter. If you want to say, here's the thing, if you want to say, yeah, but police go through stuff and this and that, okay, but the record, people are saying Black Lives Matter, and you directly start your own hashtag, Blue Lives Matter. I don't see how you can't say that's a protest against Black Lives Matter. Like you use the same kind of process.
But that's your assumption. When you say Black Lives Matter, you're saying only Black Lives Matter. Like that's indicated in Black Lives Matter. It excludes everyone else. You would have to ask the person that started the hashtag Blue Lives Matter or All Lives Matter if it was against another protest. Like that's an assumption. Black Lives Matter, when they say that only Black Lives Matter, that's what they're saying. Black Lives Matter. Like that is what that is.
So why can't I say you saying Black Lives Matter? So when people say Black Lives Matter, only talking about Black lives, isn't that an assumption? Because you don't know what the person that started that meant either.
No, because Black Lives Matter does not mean white lives matter. It doesn't mean blue lives matter. It means black lives. Like the fact that you put the adjective black in front of lives matters means that you have significantly pointed out that only Black lives matter.
All right.
When you say all lives matter, in all lives matter, where does the word all exclude anybody?
Yeah, it says all.
It says all. So you're making an assumption of what the person was or what they were thinking. But with Black lives, there is no assumption. They're telling you.
All right, but here's the thing with that. When it's a group promoting an agenda, they can't say, well, to promote my agenda, I got to pick up every other agenda along the way. Like, sure, it's like when people want to talk about people will talk about problems Black people face in America. If you then say, what about the Black people in Africa and how they're doing that? We're not saying that they don't exist, but we're saying, listen, we live in America and we're trying to talk about this here. So if you can find me anywhere where the Black Lives Matters movement says we don't care about white lives or police lives, I can say, all right, I get that. But
I can show you right now. I can show you specifically with white. The heads of them put out a bulletin. I'll go get it right now.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell's the word? Need to go to the Hodge twins.
So it's what Nate's saying. Black people don't. The Black Lives Matter movement doesn't care about crime victim lives. It's kind of again is what I'm saying. Black people, there are black people who acknowledge that we have problems that we have to fix ourselves, but their movement is based on police brutality, so they can't say, "Well, what about Chicago?" when they're trying to talk about police brutality.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem. This is the problem. It doesn't matter what you do with the police. If you don't fix the stuff at home, you're never going to fix the issues. Simply put.
Wait, so what do you mean?
So if you don't fix what's wrong in the home, you're not going to fix the issue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what policy that you're putting out there. Everything starts at the home.
So right, what about the people who don't have problems at home?
Those aren't the people that are getting shot in the street. You're not going to tell me that the people that live in Chicago, that they kill each other and they're pretty high. It's pretty high in death in Chicago and in these inner cities have great family lives. You're not going to make that argument.
I don't know. It depends. I know Chicago. No, hold on. I know Chicago is different because of the amount of crimes and gangs.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. All right, I'm going to copy this real quick, and I want everyone to see this. Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys are going to be able to hear this if I play it, but I'm going to play this, All right. Okay, so here. I'm going to share the screen, and this right here is what I'm talking about.
Who showed a gun and demanded cash Wednesday.
Witnesses indicated that the weapon was brandished and pointed at employees.
It got some responsibility, but not all. But they say that still doesn't warrant the clerk's actions. Right and wrong is wrong. That was wrong for that clerk to shoot my brother in the chest. Yes, he's robbing y'all. Oh, well. Call police. That's what y'all supposed to do. Y'all not supposed to take matters in your own hand. Take matters in your own hand and bring a gun to work for safety, period.
Why you talking?
Okay, so the reason that I bring that up, is, as you can, if you guys could hear that, right? It's not a bad argument because, okay, so Chicago's an outlier. What about Baltimore? What about New Jersey? What about Compton? Like these neighborhoods. Yeah, but this is what you gotta understand. All of these places where police brutality happened, 99% of them are in the inner cities in these big dangerous neighborhoods where the Democrats control. It's not they're not you do not have the police brutality in a lot of these red states. Like you don't have these crazy issues in the news. None of the things of the police killing people in the news in the last 5 years have been in the country. They're all inner cities that are ran by Democrats in places where there's high crime rates. Freddie Gray was in Baltimore. But did you guys heard that video that I played? All right. The reason I'm showing you that video, okay? So the sister who was on TV, all right? That sister, she said, "Oh, he came in there to rob you with a gun, but you didn't have to shoot him. You're not the police. He was robbing you. Oh well." That right there is the epitome of the problem. A lot of people don't want to take any accountability to the shit that's going on in these places. That's the problem. Her other brother had been killed also. There's a problem in that household. You can't tell me that it's a policy issue. What are the likelihood of her both brothers being killed and one of them being killed in a robbery situation where the person that he was robbing protected himself? Like it doesn't, you cannot legislate morality. You cannot legislate people to care. Like the issues need to be is there needs to be more men in households and more families that are not broken. That's the issue. The more broken families that we end up having in this nation, like it was Obama who said that a child without a father is 5 times more likely to live in poverty. Yeah, like there's all sorts of examples of people like letting bad behavior be justified. like when you go and look at the amount of interactions cops have with people and the amount of people that end up dying, it's not even anywhere close. Like it's not even close. So like this is the whole issue. This is my problem. Black Lives Matter says Black Lives Matter, but you don't hear them writing about the people in Baltimore dying from shooting each other, or New Jersey, or Chicago, or Compton, or Louisiana, or like there's all these cities where there's all this stuff that goes on and all these crimes, and you don't hear them trying to fix that. But in 2019, 9 people were killed that were unarmed and black by the police, and they're burning shit down. In 2019, 9 unarmed black men died. 9. Like it's crazy. Like it's crazy. Yeah, like there isn't there like I'm not going to say that there isn't a police issue, because the police do end up doing bad things. They set people up for crimes. They do misuse their power, but it's not a race thing. Like it's not a race thing. It's not. That's all I'm saying. And when it comes to, let's get back to this white privilege, because this white privilege narrative goes into the same idea. Okay, so there's it on the screen. Can you guys see that? Can you guys read this right here? Is that possible to read? Or does it need to go in farther? Can you guys read that now? Can you guys see it? Because I'm currently, in order for me to go over there, I can't see the chat. So I need to yes, Miss Mandy, welcome to Savage Red Recovery. I'm not sure if you're just finding my channel or if you've been in here before. I appreciate you coming and giving me a little bit of your time. If you're not subscribed, if you would, go down and hit the subscribe button, and then hit the bell for the notification. All right. Would I tell the police union to fight for factory workers? I would not. But I also would not burn down buildings to tell the police union to do anything. I also would not burn down buildings to get the workers' unions to do anything. Okay, so can you see this? Okay, so this screen sharing did not swipe. So let me go back over here. Okay, so can you guys see this? Did you guys see that? Could you guys see it? Okay, so I'm just gonna have to read this off, because I can't really. And there's a lot of points here. There's 30 points to this paper. All right. The first point is I can, if I wish, arrange to be in the company of people of my race most of the time. I think you could do that either way. I don't think that's a white privileged sort of thing. I can avoid spending time with people whom I was trained to distrust and who have learned to mistrust my kind or me. I think that is also true with any group. I don't think that's a white thing. If I should need to move, I can pretty much rent or purchase housing in any area which I can afford, in which I would want to live in. I don't think that that's a white thing either. I don't think that's a white privilege thing. I can be pretty sure that my neighborhood is such a location will be neutral or pleasant to me. I don't know about that, because myself personally, okay, Dave. All right, so that fourth one, I don't agree with that because I live in the hood, and statistically, where I live, the crime rate's higher than in the suburbs. And when it comes to like me living or moving where I want to go, if I can afford it, I can move wherever I want. And I'm a convicted felon, and I look like I'm up to no good. So, like, I can't move somewhere that I can't afford. Like, I don't think anyone can move somewhere that they can't afford. I don't think that's a race-based issue. Yeah, so again, when it comes down to, okay, so like this, okay, so number 6. Okay, number 5, I can go shopping alone most of the time pretty well assured that I will not be followed or harassed. Okay, me personally, I get followed, but that's me. I can't really speak for anybody else because, like I said, that's me. I get followed. Have been for most of my life. I always look like I'm up to no good. If I want to, I can pretty sure of finding a publisher for this piece of white privilege. I don't know. I've never gotten anything published, so I don't really know about that. And again, like this with Levin, I can be casual about whether or not I listen to another person's voice in a group in which he or she is the only member of his or her race. Well, usually I'm the only, like, most of the time outside of work, I'm usually the only white guy. And even when it comes down to like this, like my YouTube channel, when it comes down to like me being like I was on Tommy Sotomayor's channel, I was the only white face. When I'm on MTR's channel, I'm usually the only white face. So I'm usually the only minority. So I really don't know. And at work, I have people that are white that have the exact opposite of views of me. I have a friend that I work with that is very liberal and like is all about Black Lives Matter and police brutality and all this stuff and believes all that. Like, I don't know. Go down to 21, you said? I am never asked to speak for all people of my racial group. Yeah. Yeah. being the only white face in a lot of the, like in Discord, white face, and like I'm the only white person that's on MTR's channel, and I'm the only white person that was on the panel for Tommy Sotomayor, and I'm pretty much I'm speaking for white people, because 9 times out of 10 when people say stuff about white people, it's all of us. It's white people in general. The white man's holding me down. The white man does this. The white man does that. Most of the time, I'm speaking for all white people. So I can't agree with it. I don't know if this applies to other folks, but I can only speak for myself. So if a traffic cop pulls me over, or if the IRS audits my tax return, I can be sure I haven't been singled out because of my race. I can pretty much say that any person can think that. Like, just because you're audited or pulled over by the cop, if you think it's just because of your race, that's a you problem. Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm giving my opinion on something, and I can't relate to the situation. So by me saying that I can't relate, I'm not being disingenuous. All right. And you said that that's you going into a majority black space. The country is majority white. So if I'm going into a majority black space, does that mean that black folks are going into white spaces? Yeah. Black people do the same thing. So do Asians. So do French people when you're American. People ask questions to people that the question refers to, or the question is predicated on. Like, that's not a privilege. That's common sense. If Dave's a truck driver, is it racist if I go ask him about him being a truck driver? Am I being a classist if I ask him about stuff about truck driving? Like, I really feel that people are way too sensitive, to be honest with you. The reason I live in a black neighborhood is because I am like, it's cheap. I can afford it. I don't feel comfortable living in. I don't feel like I should be living in the suburbs, because it's more expensive, and I don't feel comfortable in the suburbs. I've lived in the hood most of my life. Like, that's just where I feel comfortable at. So, I see that there's only 2 viewers in the chat right now. We had 9 at one point, and now it's dropped down. I'm assuming that's because of either the topic or because of MTR's live now. So he probably had, like, people are probably going to watch his stuff. But I'm going to go live here shortly again. I have to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. I'll pull up a different topic, and we can go live on that topic because this topic is kind of gone off the rails. But I'll be back probably in about 20 minutes if you guys want to see me back then. Thank you guys for coming. If you could like the video on your way out for me. No, the suburbs are not cheaper. Yeah, I understand, Chris. I'll be right back. Like, if you guys want to wait while I go to the bathroom, like that's cool. Or if you guys want me to, exit and come back with another topic, that's fine. Whichever you guys want to do. But here, let me put the. Let me put the stream in here. If you guys want to pile in here real quick, and we'll make it a panel discussion, then we can do that. And then once I bring you on, you guys can talk amongst yourselves while I go to the bathroom. I'm not going to leave, Miss. I'm just going to go use the bathroom if you guys are willing to sit and wait for a moment while I transition over there to do that. The StreamYard's right there if you guys want to come up here. All right, I'll go to the bathroom. I will be right back, guys. Hey guys, so I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, Kyle. Yeah. So
Hey, what's going on, bud?
back to what I was saying with 21. I think what was 21 that you speak for your race. So my thing with that is like, yeah, so my school is pretty diverse. So when I went there, it's like I notice, the atmosphere changes when I'm in there. And then when they talk, they say certain things, they look at me to see like how I'm gonna react. So it's like, I mean, I will say some of that. I mean, I can't say what the cause of that could be. It could be. I know one of them did say how their parents. One of the girls in there said how her parents said if she dated a black guy, they wouldn't approve. So it could be racism taught to them, or on the other end, you could also argue it could be when you always see racial division on the news. It could make them be wary about talking to a black person. But now it's something everybody has to deal with.
Yeah, but so if my dad says he doesn't want me dating a black girl, that's just he doesn't want me dating a black girl. That's not racist.
Why is that not racist? If you're telling your child to exclude a certain race from the dating pool, how is that not racist?
Because when it comes down to your children and you passing on your genes, people want their grandchildren to look like them. It's an in-group preference.
No, dating and marriage is different. And I'd even
No,
still say that's racist too. Even if you're talking about you don't want your kid to look like you.
it's not racist. It's not.
But so what's wrong with just dating them?
What's the point of dating?
Well, it's not always marriage because we date when we're young. Because I'm not like 25 right now. I'm in college. I'm pretty young, so we're not trying to get married right now.
Yeah, but your parents didn't have a hookup culture. Their parents didn't have booty calls on apps.
I'd say that's not really true, because
No. Your parents did not have an app called Tinder that they would hit up on a Friday
they had
night
Black
and go.
Planet.
What's that?
They had Black Planet. That was a dating app back in the day.
I've never even heard of Black Planet.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Like
It was,
dating.
huh?
How old are your parents?
40s. Yeah. I don't know exact age.
When was Black Planet?
Hold on, I'll look it up right now. Okay. Okay, it says 2001. No, it says, yeah, I think it said 2001.
Are her parents older than yours?
I don't know. Because she comes from a different background. I know she's Middle Eastern, so that could be culture too.
It doesn't have to be race.
So the only argument I kind of heard for that was I know Hawaiians don't like interracial dating because their race is kind of dying out. So
Yeah,
that I kind of understand, but other races,
but even Asians like them to marry Asians. Indians like their kids to marry Indians. Arabs like their families to marry Arabs. Greeks like to marry Greeks. Like that's just how they are. That's not like that's not really racist.
Okay, but that's literally you saying we don't want you dating this person because of their race. And I didn't even say, I just said black people. I didn't say they only wanted you to date one type of person. Because I don't know how they would feel if she dated a white person. I only said black people.
Yeah, but again, what I'm saying is it's not because of race. Like that would be an assumption. That wouldn't be a fact.
Okay, so would you say it's because of race if they said we don't like you dating black people, we don't like you dating Hispanic people, but you can date people from our race and you can date white people?
If they said that, then like if you're going to put that premise, then yeah, that might be racist, even though that's not what was said to you.
Yeah,
like
no.
it's a, but so like this is the thing. When I have kids, I can tell my kids whatever the fuck I want. At the end of the day. At the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple. Just like I can go right now on YouTube and listen to all sorts of black content creators telling people that they need to date black women. Is that racist?
Yeah, I would say that's racist. But here's the thing with that, though. I would say it's racist, but there's kind of a difference there. The reason why...
No, it's either racist or it's not racist. It's not...
Let me explain. The reason why they're promoting the black-on-black love is because black women... A lot of black people are preferring... Black men are preferring white women over black women, and they're trying to say there's a preference here, and why is there a preference? Again, I say date whoever you want because it's racist to tell people who to date, but I get the logic there.
And it's the same logic. It's the same logic if I don't want my kid dating somebody as you telling black men to date black women. It's the same fucking logic. The only difference is you're trying to make it seem not as bad when black people say only date black people. It's only bad when someone else says don't date black people or don't date this group. When the black person's getting excluded, now it's an issue. But when black people are excluding other people, that's okay.
No, so have you ever heard about colorism?
Yeah.
So did you know dark-skinned women are less favored than when you're a woman in the black community, you're more favored, you're more liked by men the lighter you get.
Uh-huh.
So again, I am saying it's racist, but I'm saying with that whole colorism, anti-colorism movement, they're trying to get people to stop like judging dark-skinned women and get rid of their preferences towards white women or Hispanic women.
Guess what? Mm-hmm. That's dark-skinned black women just crying and bitching. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And I don't care. It's still racist.
Yeah, so I said it's racist. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but if that's not a problem, if that's not a problem, if that's acceptable racism that you can accept,
I didn't say it was acceptable. I just said I get it. I okay. Get the logic.
Okay, so then you get why someone said not that my dad don't want me dating black guys.
No, again, Kyle, I'm not just defending it because it's black people. Cause I did say Hawaiian people. I understand that because they're a dying breed and they don't want their breed to die out. They don't want their culture to die out. So again, it's technically racist, but I get the logic there. But if your only logic is, well, I don't want my grandkids to look different, you're being racist. You're excluding characteristics that aren't in your race.
Okay, so then why her? So Hawaiians are a dying breed, so they want their traits to be in their grandkids, right?
Yeah, because they don't want the culture to die.
Okay. So if you want to get rid of colorism and you want to stop promoting white women and you want to start having these dark black women get more black men, you would be eliminating lighter skinned people, right?
No, because two black
No.
people can make light-skinned people.
They can make black people, but you don't know if they're going to make a light person, correct?
You're saying they can, but you don't know 100%?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that not the same idea?
Well,
By taking two black people and having them date each other, you are eliminating genes of other people in the community, correct?
no, because there are a lot of light-skinned people, and if black people decide to only date black people,
Then
there would still be different shades.
But if you were okay, so one, most black people are mixed at point blank. Most people are black. Most black people are not black; they're mixed. Most black folks have at least 40% of white heritage, or Hispanic, or Italian, or some other breed in them. So, if you were going to say that only black people can only date black people, then you couldn't make. If you were going to say only black people can marry and date black people, then you'd have to cut out the mixed people, right?
Okay, my bad. I kind of cut out for a little bit. So, can you say what you were saying again?
If black people can only date black people, then that means that you could no longer date mixed people, correct?
Yeah, I guess that's what they're promoting.
So
but
that
I'm telling you, I'm not on board with that.
I'm not saying if you're on board if you're on board with it or not. What I'm saying is okay. So if you can only date black people, then you're not going to be dating the white woman, and you're not going to be dating the black woman that's half white. You're only going to be dating another person that's parents are both black. So you're excluding white traits out of your gene pool. That's what you're effective. It's the same argument. It's the exact same logic, except for that is different than the white guy saying, I don't want you dating a Hispanic. I don't want you dating an Italian. I don't want, like, it's the same argument as that's what I'm telling you. It's the same logic.
Mm-hmm. So the whole colorism thing, it's not really about how their kids look. It's more about they feel like they're excluding dark-skinned women. And I don't think they're trying to say.
Okay, so if you're listen. If you're saying you can't date white women because you're excluding black women, so we need to date more black women, then you're excluding white women. And what's going to happen is if you have children with a white woman, your children are more than likely going to have white features. They're more than likely going to be lighter skin. So then you're perpetuating the thing that is making black women excluded. So if you're going to do this, you are trying to exclude the trait of white people in the black community so that more black women that are dark skinned get more lovers, and there's less white people or light people in the black community. You are excluding a trait. Just like if I say I don't want my daughter to date a black guy or a Hispanic guy, I want my bloodline or my traits to be able to be seen in my grandkid. It's the same thing as saying, We need to quit fucking white women, so we quit having these mixed breed women that are quote unquote more wanted than the dark skinned black girl. That you're doing the exact same thing. The only difference you're doing is you're saying that's bad and racist, and this one is racist, but it's not bad.
No, I didn't say it wasn't bad, but no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So yeah, so all right, then I say, all right, I won't. Like I won't. I mean, I never supported what they were doing anyway, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like I don't care either way, but I'm just saying, like, this is the thing. If you want to fix racism, quit being racist. That's simple. You can't say white people are racist and then do racist stuff to white people, or you can't be black and generalize other groups with you. You can't get rid of racist as a black person being racist. Like, and like that's what when you asked me, well, she said this. Well, it doesn't mean it's racist. Like her dad, it could be a culture thing. It could be a religious thing. It could be multiple things.
No, she's Muslim, and there is a large black Muslim population, so I don't think it's a religious thing.
But again, depending on what part of the world her family's from, it could totally be a cultural thing.
Yeah,
like
that could be.
So, like, at the end of the day, to say it's a race-based thing is not you don't know.
All right, yeah. So I can't prove it. I would have to see more. I have to ask for more things about that. So my other thing is, well, back to what I was saying before with the white privilege list. So if blacks, like me being a black person, I walk into a room and these people have not, like, they're in white neighborhoods or they're in Asian neighborhoods or whatever. They have not really interacted with the people, but they only see how they're perpetuated on TV, or they might.
Yeah,
or in
but
some cases.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. So this I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so you're doing a lot of assumptions, but I'm gonna tell you as a white person, this is the issue. Ever since 2015, the amount of white hate has gone up every year. There are plenty of people in the media saying that white people are racist. There are plenty of black people in the media saying that white people are racist. There are plenty of examples of people getting fired for saying racist things, or like they just banned magic cards because they were racist. There's all sorts of racism that's being used as a weapon. Okay, so the fact of the matter is if you're in school, any white person that's in school around a black person is going to feel uncomfortable. It's just that simple. Because you can't argue that you're not a racist. You can't do it. You can't do it to a point so bad that when people say you're a racist and you say, no, I have black friends, that is the epitome of what people say. Yeah, every racist says they have black friends. So there's no win. There's no win. There's like, you can't get away from it. And if someone can get me suspended or get me labeled a racist or ruin my life, I'm going to feel uncomfortable around you. Just like people feel uncomfortable around police officers. Because most of the time when you interact with a police officer, they fuck your life up. They give you a ticket, they suspend your license, they arrest you. It usually never goes in a good way when you're around a cop. So if I'm a white person and there's Black Lives Matter shit going on and protests and shit's getting burnt down and everyone's going around talking about how there's systematic racism, and I'm a white person, I'm going to feel very uncomfortable to be around any black people, especially if it can ruin my life. And I don't, and it's not that I have to say something racist. All I have to do is say something that someone thinks is racist or they see it as racist, and I've already lost the battle. Like you now have in colleges where they're teaching that white people are just colonists and white people stole the land from the Indians. Like everything that's going on in America has been for years that white people are just evil. So you can't say that it's because they don't see black people or that they've never met a black person or it's this. Like I'm going to tell you as a person that's white, I don't care if you think I'm racist or someone thinks I'm racist. But there's a lot of people out there that are scared and they are uncomfortable being around people that any slight can be considered anything. Anything. It's to the point where white people can't even sing music. White people can't even sing a Drake song or a Lil Yachty song or a song that says the N-word with an A on the end. They can't sing it. If they do, they're considered racist and they can lose their job and they can get kicked out of school. But it's a song that was made to go out there into the community, and I bought it and I'm singing to it. I'm literally just repeating the words on the song. Like there's a lot of situations where like it's just not even, it's not beneficial to white people. It's not beneficial. It's not.
All right. So what I was gonna say with that, yeah, you can't assume that you're the only black person they met, but you can't assume the opposite. I'm not saying met. I'm saying about like be around with regularly. Because what I'm saying with this is, I know with this guy Daryl Davis. He talked to KKK members, and he said a common thing with them was they come from families that were in the Klan, and they did not really get to hang out with black people a lot. So their biases towards black people were never disproven because they didn't hang out with black people. So I'm saying is, if I'm hanging out with a white person in a white neighborhood, and he did not hang out with black people a lot, I'm that person that confirms or denies his beliefs.
That's true. But here's the issue. The Klan, there's less than 10,000 Klans members in the United States right now. So the Klan is a bad comparison because if there's only 10,000 Klansmen in the America and there's 368 million white people, okay? Like most white people are like damn near almost every white person you met is not in the Klan. So like that might be true that their family members were part of the Klan. So yeah, like they didn't get to see black people, so they didn't have something disproven. But most people have met a black person. Like we're not talking about.
I'm not saying men. I'm saying hang out with regularly.
What state do you live in?
New York.
Upstate or city?
City.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's plenty of people in the city of New York that have never hung out or spent time or seen black people ever.
Look, so this is what I'm trying to say with this. New York, yeah, that's different because New York is very intermingled. Like even rich people would take the train. So I'm saying New York is different. But say Long Island, even New York, Long Island, where you're not taking the train and you're in a neighborhood with mostly white people, you would have to go out of your way to go hang out with a black person, or even a lot of other states that don't have as large of a black population.
But this is what you don't understand. Every state has big cities and every big city has black people in it. Like this isn't 1954 and there's segregation going on, man. Like it's not the case. Like it's a false premise. Like you don't know if they You don't know if they hang out with white people or black people or seeing black people. Like if I go downtown Cleveland, every fucking person working in the courthouse, 99% of them are black women.
Okay, you're talking about downtown. I'm talking about more suburban areas where there's a less white population.
If you go to
Less
Lakewood,
black population.
if you go to Lakewood in Cleveland, there's black people in the suburb. You go to Brecksville, there's black people all around the city, in the suburban areas and not in the suburban areas. Like the only place that I've never seen any black people is a place called Lodi in Ohio.
Okay. I'm not saying never seen a black person. I'm saying be with regularly. I'm saying even in New York, where it's a larger black population, you can just see them on the street, but not really be with them. So when you look, I'm looking at statistics right now. So like say North or South Dakota, both of those states is only a 1% black population. So
Correct.
All these people are not gonna have a black friend in their group that they hang out with all the time. I'm saying a lot of people might just see them on TV and then have thoughts in their head, and they will not confirm or deny these thoughts until they start hanging out with the black person.
Okay, so do me a favor. Go up, since you want to look at statistics, and you want to point out the two whitest states in the country and talk about how they don't meet black people, so they must be racist. Look how many.
No, I'm not saying they're racist.
Look at how many police. Look up in those two states how many police brutality things have happened.
What does that have to do with it?
Because all the police brutality of black people happen where black and white people live. So the idea that you're not around white people or whites are not around black people gives them a prejudice against black people. It doesn't correlate.
No, you're talking about two different things. I'm talking about civilians. Now you're talking about police brutality. That's kind of two different things.
No, what I'm saying is you don't hear incidents of hate crime and you don't hear incidents of interracial problems in North Dakota or South Dakota in the news. But in the inner city, where all the police brutality crimes are happening, the hate crimes are happening, it's always people that are grouped around with blacks that have met blacks. That's what I'm saying.
You're kind of taking something I'm saying and making something different. I'm not saying because it's less black people, they're gonna be racist towards black people. I'm trying to say if you're around less black people, your only idea of black people is gonna be what you see on TV.
Yeah, and if I've never been to if I've only ever lived in Alaska, I'm not going to know what it's like to live in California. Your argument is with white privilege. You're saying that white privilege is a privilege because we're white and we look at black folks and ask them a question about black issues because we're asking them, and that's white privilege because we don't have to go through that. But the fact of the matter is, we get asked the same question by black people. It's not a white privilege. You're making something into something that it doesn't necessarily mean it is. Like I don't have to watch gay porn to know what gay porn is. Like I don't like you can't correlate two things like that. Like you're going through everything you're saying is through the prism of race, and it's making what you're saying seem racist when it isn't. Like if a chick's parents don't want her dating somebody or a certain type of person, that is their preference on whatever culture, religion, whatever it is. It's not necessarily racist. If they say you can't date black people because they're the N-word, then that means it's racist. Like,
so nothing is racist until they say the N-word.
No, but them saying I don't want you dating black men could be cultural, right? It could be cultural. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be like. Do Arabs? Do you think people in Afghanistan? Do you think people in Afghanistan like to mix cultures or interracial date?
That's more of a conservative culture. I still feel like that's racist. If you're excluding races, whether you're black, white, or whatever, if you're excluding races from dating pools, I think it's racist.
But you're allowed to have a preference, right? So, okay, explain something to me. So why don't you date transgender women?
That's not a racist. That's not racist. That's a sexual preference.
Yeah, but they're women, bro. You're being gender biased. They're still women, right?
I don't believe that you.
Well, then you're being
document makes you women. Makes you a woman.
You're being a bigot, though.
So explain to me how that's being a bigot.
Because you have a preference of where you don't want to date somebody, you want to exclude them on certain traits. Someone doesn't want to date a black person or date a Greek person because of their cultural preference. That's racist. But you don't like dudes, and you say I don't like dudes, but it's not homophobic. It's not the same idea, is it?
Okay, here's the difference between that. The difference between a black woman and a white woman is only race. A difference between a cisgendered woman and a transgender woman is surgery and reproductive capabilities. There's biological differences.
Correct.
So how does that relate?
It's a preference. You prefer to have sex with women. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then why can't if you can say it's not right for someone to have preferences on who they date when it comes to culture or race, why is it okay to have a preference on what gender you date? How does that not make you a homophobe if someone doesn't want their kid to date a black guy or a Greek guy? How does that make them a racist, but you're not a homophobe?
All right. I'm going to look up the definition of racism.
It's thinking that you're superior based on race. By me telling you, it's legit. The word racism means that you feel that your race is superior than another race, or another race is inferior. So if I have a preference that I want my kids to date people that are white, or people that are Irish, or people that are Catholic, how is that not their preference? But you dating women, how can a homosexual or a transgender woman come to you and say you're transphobic or homophobic, and it's not the same thing as you saying this Arab guy doesn't want his daughter to date blacks or whites?
So you think you're adding blacks or whites? I only said blacks. You're assuming that they're not okay with them dating whites.
Yeah.
The thing is,
but even if they're in America and they don't want their daughters to date American blacks, it's a cultural difference.
They didn't say American. They just said blacks.
Are they in America?
Yeah.
So they're going. So we can assume that most of the black people in America are American blacks, correct? That's not a stretch.
No, but you say blacks. There are African immigrants here. They are Caribbeans. You're just saying blacks. You're not saying I don't want this black people with this culture. They just said blacks.
Again, are there more black people in America from America, or is there more immigrants from the Caribbean here? Okay,
we're in New York. There is a large Caribbean population in New York. They apply. Huh?
But is there more African American blacks?
I would assume so.
Okay. Is the Caribbean blacks got a different culture than the American blacks?
Yes.
Are those cultures different than the Arabs?
Yes.
So it could totally not have anything to do with race, could it?
But you don't know that. You're making an argument based on something you don't know.
No, you asked me if it was racist. And I'm telling you that it isn't.
Okay, but you saying it isn't, you're making a claim. What I'm trying to say is you don't know if that's true. You're trying to argue for them that it's culture, but you don't know that. All I just said is they don't want her dating black people.
Yes, but this is what I'm telling you. The same claim that I'm making is the exact same claim you're making. It's the same logic. Your logic is they said black, it's racist. I'm saying they said black, and it is a preference. It is a culture. I'm doing the same thing you're doing, but you're telling me that my logic's wrong and your logic's right because you're black and they said black.
Okay. When I said that at first, I was like, all right, you don't know if it could be culture. So that's when I asked you. So if they said blacks are bad, but whites are okay, would you say that's racist? And you said, and you agree with me on that. And I said, because I can't prove what they said, I changed the subject to the thing about with the white people not meeting black people. I mean, not hanging out with black people.
And
because you can't prove it and I can't prove it.
Yes, but this all came back from the topic that I read was 21 on this paper, which was about other races asking you to speak for all race. That is what we started from. And then you went into white people not meeting black people. And that I'm assuming that's what your argument is. Your argument is that white people don't know what black people are in these regions, so they're going to ask black people.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
And what are you saying? Because I don't know what you're trying to say. The whole point was
you haven't really let me say it. It's like you were kind of arguing before I said it. Like what I'm trying to say is,
if you're gonna make an argument, all right, make the argument. Don't ask me six things before the argument, and like unless you're telling me you're setting up the argument.
All right, let me say my claim. I believe that because there's a smaller black population in the U.S., there's about 30%. It is a lot more likely and because the neighborhoods there are white neighborhoods, Hispanic neighborhoods. It's not completely mixed. It is likely that a white person in a white neighborhood, they're probably not gonna have black friends. They're gonna have white friends. So their only beliefs on black people are gonna be what they see on TV or see in the news. So when they finally do meet a black person and they hang out with them, they're gonna look at them and decide whether or not their beliefs are true or not when they hang out with that black person.
Okay. So what's your argument?
So my argument here is an example of this. If the only black person they see is a person that gets into trouble, that can confirm belief. Or if they're an angry person, that can confirm their belief. So it's like a black person has more pressure to act a certain way in front of other people because they don't want themselves to be the only example of what black people are. Like they don't want that behavior to be the only thing they see.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, totally. We have white privilege. You solved it. You solved it completely. You solved it. White privilege exists solely based on the idea that black people are pressured not to act like jackasses around white people because they have never met black people and they were the first example. Even though the idea that racist rights are always holding down the black man has been taught for 50 some years in the black community, and we're in 2020 and people are still saying that whites are racist and whites are holding the black man down. So you're correct that white men and white women do not have that same cultural expectation to not be racist douchebags in front of Black people. Totally right. That's only a black issue. Only black people are pressured into doing that. You're right. White people are not. You win.
But Kyle, what's the white stereotypes?
That we fuck our sisters, that we're serial killers, that we're racist, that we're lame, that we have little dicks, and that we're boring.
All right. So those stereotypes. I mean, I never heard the little dick part, but the only stereotype that's easy to confirm is the boring part. Because if the only white person you see is boring, then okay. But how likely are you gonna run into a serial killer or being racist? You have to like explicitly say stuff for people to be like, "Oh, yep, he's racist."
No, you don't.
The black, huh?
No, you don't.
So you think a person is just gonna see you this? Okay, so give me an example.
People have been fired for being racist at their job for posting on their Facebook or Twitter, "All lives matter."
Mm-hmm.
People have been considered to be racist because they get into an argument with a black person.
About what?
I can show you a video clip right now of two people fighting, white or black, and if you show it to the black community, they're gonna automatically assume that was a racist. A racist. The white guy's a racist.
What was the argument about?
What's that?
What was the argument about?
It doesn't matter what the argument's about. If I show you a 30-minute clip of a white guy and a black guy both fighting, that's perceived, the majority of people are going to perceive that the white guy was fighting the black guy because he's racist.
I mean, do you have proof of that? Because I think that's kind of reaching there.
I'm not
like just
not reaching.
Somebody just sees a clip of a black person, a white person fighting, and you're saying
Correct.
A majority of people who see it will say the white person is racist.
Correct. If I was to take a clip right now of something that happens between white people and black people to MTR or Tommy Sotomayor's channel and play it, most black people are going to assume the white person is racist.
Okay, but based on what?
The fact that it's a white guy fighting a black guy. Because
no, I'm saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There doesn't have to be any sound. There does not have to be any sound. There does not have to be any context. There doesn't have to be any of that stuff. The fact that those two people are fighting, the presumption is going to be the white guy is racist.
All right, but I'm saying you're saying that, but me not believing you, I'm just saying, what is the proof behind that? If something like that happened,
okay,
and you have proof.
Perfect example. Anytime there's a white cop that shoots a black man, it's racist.
Okay, yeah, people jump to conclusions, but that's because if you know the history behind it, that
no,
there was
no. You just said you just stated you just made the argument that white people don't have this like a stereotype, or they don't have a social pressure. And I'm telling you right now that if I show a video between a white and a black person, it's automatically going to be assumed that the white person is racist. And that's with cops. It doesn't matter what the fucking history is or the context. It does not matter. Not every white person was racist. Not every white person was a cop. Not every white person was a slave owner. Not every white person were these things. But if you show any clip of a white cop and a black man being killed, or a white person fighting a black person, they're going to tell you it's because the white guy's racist. There doesn't have to be any sound. There doesn't have to be any context. Black people from other black people will give the black person the benefit of the doubt and assume the white person is racist. And you know that this is true for the simple fact that how many times in the news have they said white cop kills black man or white person kills black man, and the fucking guy is Hispanic. There's multiple things of Hispanics killing black people, but it's reported as a white person. Like multiple times. Most famous case, Trayvon Martin and Zimmerman. Zimmerman isn't even white. He's Hispanic. He's not white in any way. When it hit the news, it was a race issue between whites and blacks. And he doesn't look white. He looks Hispanic.
All right. You're kind of talking about with cops. And
Zimmerman was not a cop.
no, I'm talking about the other thing you're going to say. And I was going to say, and with Zimmerman, I don't know. There's an article of them just saying white person, but if there is, yeah, that's bad reporting.
Yes, but this is the issue. Regardless if they report it wrong or not, the black community, when they see white person, black person in an article, or they see a video, their automatic first thought is the person is racist, is what I'm telling you.
Did they put that? That's what I'm asking. Did they put white person killed Trayvon Martin?
So, yes, they did. When it was first reported, it was reported as Trayvon Martin, like Black Lives Matter and all that stuff was going on at the time. Black Lives Matter was talking about white people, about racial issues with whites and blacks. And they used Trayvon Martin as a thing. Just like they were saying with the kid from Cleveland, Rice, that racist cop killed black teen, but he pointed a gun at somebody. Like any time that there's an interaction with a white person and a black person, it is automatically perceived that the white person is being racist and targeting the black person because they're black.
Okay, so yeah, I will say that, yeah, like people do jump to conclusions with that. So
yeah, so that's the exact same thing. Like even with white people, I literally have been in a Discord where I was told that I've never been around black people. I've been told that because of my views, my son's mixed. Like all the time, white people are assumed to be racist, or we don't know black people, or like nothing's based on anything other than our race. There was demands the Black Lives Matter movement put out for white people in 2015 about how white people need to give up all their wealth to black folks, give up their properties to black folks, need to pay, like all sorts of things that were only for white people. Like there is a lot of assumption on white people for being racist when there's absolutely no proof of this.
mm-hmm.
People are still trying to argue with me that Floyd died because he was black and the cop was white. They're still trying to argue that it was racist. It was about racism.
Yeah, they had a history.
Yeah, it was personal. Like it was more likely personal than it was race. People are still trying to argue with me that he's just he's a racist. So, like when it comes to white folks and dating black people or white folks and being around black people, there is a very uncomfortable situation for white folks because it doesn't benefit us. At any moment, someone can be offended and now we're a racist. And it doesn't just mean that the person stops talking to us. Like it literally can be anything. They can go after our jobs. They can get us kicked out of school. Like the only people you can say racist shit about are white people. You can go on television and say white people, we need to kill all white people. That's completely okay. People don't lose their jobs and shit.
Who's saying that?
There have been multiple people that have been on. There have been black people that are journalists that have made racist comments against whites. There's been congressmen and women that have said racist things about whites, and they don't lose their job. But I can tell you
like
right
what kind
now.
of stuff? I'm not saying you're lying. I just want to know what you're talking about. Nay, I'm not saying I don't know what he's talking about, but if he's saying something happens, I want to know exactly what it is. Same as
Okay,
how
so-
somebody said Trump is racist.
Okay, so I'm gonna sit here and try. I'm trying to Google racist tweets, and I'd have to go back and look at videos where people brought them up. But I typed in racist things about whites. All right. The articles that I got was how white fragility supports racism. There is no neutral, nice white people can still be racist. 75 things white people can do for racial justice. Whites believe they are victims of racism more often. Whites, what too many white people still don't understand about racism. Stereotypes of white Americans. Why I collect racist objects by Jim Crow Museum. Myth of reverse racism. White anti-racism living the legacy. 9 things never to say to white colleagues. This is all on the first page. Second page is Your World Too White. How racism harms white Americans. Race-based litigation. Race, the power of illusion. Can white people experience racism? The end of racism. Can you be racist against white people? Racist things white people do. Like most of this stuff is geared one way towards against whites. I can't find the tweets and stuff.
All right.
Okay, so right here. When the New York Times appointed a technology journalist, Sarah Zhang, to its editorial board last week, it led to unlikely question being asked: can you be racist against white people? Over a period of years, Yang has posted numerous tweets referring to dumbass effing white people and white people are bullshit or white people should be canceled. When, like, these are her tweets that she was saying. Critics of Young have tweeted, accused of the newspaper of hypocrisy, saying that if you submit the words gay, Jewish, or black in Young's tweet, that would have been critiqued. She would have been sacked. But those who come to Young's defense argue that there is no such thing as reverse racism. The idea that other races can be racist to white people. Racism, the argument goes, is the institution and systematic belief that is only a tool of the powerful. Therefore, Young is exempt from the charges led out. And this right here is the Irish Times. I'll post the article in the link where this article talks about a black celebrity that said awful things about white people, and it was accepted and was said you can't be racist against white people.
All right. So, yeah, I will say it is a black privilege to be able to say things about race and people not jump on your back. And, yeah, white people, people more sensitive to anything they say. So, yeah, I do agree with that.
Yeah, and under the law, white people white people don't have the same rights as black folks.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm gonna pull up a video and I'll show you. What is that?
Direction of what they're trying to tell us. And this is what they've been doing with a lot of different things, whether it be the meaning of words, whether it be the reality of the situation with crime in general in our country, crime statistics, all sorts of different things. They are trying to change your perception of what you know to be reality, and this is by design. So we're going to get into it here today. Before we do, I'd just like to thank this video sponsor. This video has been kindly sponsored by Virtual Shield. Shield is offering tremendous, but I'm sure it's going to go the way that they want it to. Now, outside of affirmative action, which means a black student with a grade point average of X will be able to get into a school faster or easier than a white student or an Asian student with a grade point average of X. We saw Mindy Kaling's brother not too long ago pretend to be black in order to get into medical school. But outside of this, we see California making other moves. They are making moves to remove the SAT requirement from a lot of colleges and universities because they say, according to the New York Times, this is a violation of the Civil Rights Act. And it is because they say, this is according to them, that blacks and Hispanics are not able to pass the SAT requirement as much as whites and Asians are. Outside of this, we look to New York City and we can see that the most elite high schools in New York City are getting rid of their entrance exam because, according to the New York Times, once again, they say that whites and Asians are largely passing this entrance exam into the most elite high schools in America or in New York City. So we can see that institutionally, right off the bat, if we look institutionally, if we look at things embedded into the actual system, like they say, the privilege goes directly in the reverse. Now, a couple of anecdotal examples for you. Ice Cube, for instance, a couple of years ago was asked by TMZ, I believe it was, why he thinks the Dodgers keep losing, why he thinks the Dodgers keep choking. And what he said in public to the news is that he thinks that they should have more black players on the Dodgers in order to win. Now, just imagine, if you will, if this was a white superstar, a white singer, or something like that who said the same thing, but in the reverse, their career would be ended forever. Their career would be over. So now we go back to the Jesse Lee Peterson example, and this is what we're talking about when we're talking about people on our side of things. Now, of course, Jesse Lee Peterson will also get canceled because then they go down to the next rung. Once they look at color, they go down to the next rung, and then they look at political ideology. So Jesse Lee Peterson, of course, is not safe, but he's a lot safer than a lot of us are. Now, let's look at the Monroe Bergdorf incident. This was from a couple of weeks ago. Tucker Carlson covered this a couple of times. She said that white people are the most violent and oppressive force in nature on earth. And she said, yes, all white people. Now, she got rehired at L'Oreal's UK Diversity and Inclusion Board. But can you imagine what would have happened to someone who is white who said that? As a matter of fact, Time magazine ran a headline that said that she was just speaking out about racism. Very interesting how you could speak out about racism while also being racist, calling white people the most violent and oppressive force of nature on earth and saying, yes, all white people. Now imagine, like I said, if that was in the reverse. Well, we can go to just an incident that was way less egregious. We can look at a woman calling the police on someone in Central Park. She not only lost her job, but she lost her dog too. So you can expect your career and your entire life and your livelihood to be over. You would probably have to change your identity in order to get a job in the United States of America again if you say anything remotely similar to that. Now let's look at what Walmart and CVS and Walgreens just decided to do. Well, they decided to remove the glass, the security glass, from black hair care products. Now, why is that security glass on black hair care products? Is it because these corporations are racist? Of course not. We just saw them donate tens of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, to Black Lives Matter. Hundreds of corporations. We saw the tag and the banner on our video games. We see it everywhere. It's on TikTok. It's on Instagram. It's on basically every single app when you open it up. Of course, they're not racist. They're locking those products up for a reason. But once again, everyone is denying reality. Target was ridiculed for having their black hair care products and skincare products locked up not too long ago. There was a picture that was shared on social media, and it went viral, and Target responded by saying, well, we apologize, but this is done by computer. So what they do is they take the products that are stolen the most, according to loss prevention, and then they create an algorithm that decides which products are going to be locked up and which products are not going to be locked up. And they have determined by computer-generated analytics that the black hair care products are stolen the most. And are we just going to pretend that this doesn't happen? Are we just going...
Okay, so as you can see, those goes to show you that privilege is actually in the opposite.
So you're saying that whites have no privilege for being white, but blacks have privilege of being black?
No, what I'm saying is that when you look at the stuff that is considered to be white privilege, Asians have all the criteria that people say is white privilege. Asians have that more than white people do. Like, Asians are beating us, whites, in all of the things that are white privilege. All right. When it comes down to privilege, privilege isn't a benefit that other people don't have, correct? That's what makes it white privilege, because whites have it and other people don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Asians have the same privileges but better than us. So either
I'm not going to argue that whites have an economic privilege. I think that's ridiculous.
No. When it comes to Asians, don't commit as many crimes as whites. They have better education than whites. They make more money than whites. Like, every single thing that comes down to for whites, Asians have it plus more. And then when it comes to blacks, as you can just see, they're getting rid of SATs and stuff like that because of racism for blacks. It's racist to blacks, but whites and Asians still have to keep the same standard. That's privilege. So explain to me how the system can discriminate against me and Asians, but we have privilege.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with affirmative action because I don't think it's racist, and it's not even good for Black people anyway, because they just go into these schools and they're not. A lot of the people, when they go into these good schools, then they end up dropping out because they weren't prepared for it. So I don't even agree with it. And the thing is, I don't think white privilege is how it's said, like some big advantage white people have. I just think it's very small. It's more like you belong to the largest group in the country. So when I say that, it's like the thing I was saying, how it's more likely for a person to know a white person and hang out with them than it is the opposite for a person to know a Black person, hang out with a Black person. And
Yeah,
I'm not saying I think there's
if
privilege for being Black, or it's privilege for being a man, it's privilege for being a woman. I think everybody has some form of privilege.
Yeah, so then if everyone has some form of privilege, then there is no privilege.
No, I'm saying not one group has privilege. I'm saying everybody has privilege, just in different areas.
Yeah, so then there's no privilege.
No, that's not what it means.
Yes,
Like,
that's
for example,
exactly what it means.
men have a strength privilege. Women have economic privilege. It's easier. Like, they can marry a rich person and not put in as much work. But a man can't do that. I'm not gonna. I think that's privilege for both of them. I'm not gonna say neither of them have privilege.
Yes, but privilege. Okay, so this is the problem. Privilege is a shit word. Okay. Everyone has advantages and everyone has a disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. By adding the word privilege to something and white privilege, you're making it seem like it's some unfair advantage. It's not. It's not an unfair advantage that someone is 6'5" and someone else is 5'5". It just so happens.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I know that's kind of what some people are, and I don't agree with that. You know, I think that's just kind of victimhood.
Yeah, there's a lot of victimhood.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. I'm not going to say this is a big thing, a big privilege or whatever, but I just want to hear your thought on this. So there was this Black woman that she did the job interview. She got the job. But before she started working, the employer said, "Hey, we like you. We like your qualifications, but we don't like your dreadlocks. We want you to get rid of them."
It's not racist.
Well, okay, why don't you think that's racist?
Because because white people have a dress policy as well.
Okay, but she offered to because what they said is they don't like dreadlocks because they tend to get messy. That's the quote from them. And
Correct.
she said she offered to style it in a way that it will look neat. She said she would do that. That was her responsibility, but the job just said no dice.
Correct.
How is that not? Because if you can style it in a way to make it look neat, why can't she do that? Why is that not discrimination?
Because you can't discriminate against people's hair.
So if that's her natural hair,
Dreadlocks are not natural.
it's okay. It's not natural.
It's a hairstyle.
Yeah. But the only thing that in their mind is it's a perception.
Yeah, but this is what you have to understand. When you sign up, when you take a job, there's a requirement of cleanliness. There's a requirement of being presentable. And if they perceive that they don't like just like I can't go to a job and have a beard that's down to my waist, they'll tell me to trim it because it doesn't look presentable. It's not racist. It's not bigoted. It's just that's not the image that they like. It's not the image that looks presentable in their environment. Just like if I was to have a pink mohawk or a normal colored mohawk, that doesn't look presentable. It's not racist or discriminatory. Like, only reason that it's considered to be racist is because she's black.
All right, but with the examples you used, a beard can't go down to your waist, or
Yes, it
can't
can.
have different colored hair. Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying what the company policy would be. If they said your beard can't go to your waist, or you can't have different colored hair.
Yeah, and them saying, yeah, but me having a mohawk is a hairstyle, correct?
Yeah.
Are they going to tell me, are you going to tell me that they're discriminating against me because they don't think that that is presentable?
If you offered to change your hair in a way that complies with their policies and they just won't consider it, I think that's being prejudiced.
It's not being prejudiced. It's only being prejudiced because they're black. And you're saying it's prejudice because they're black.
All right, so you can take dreadlocks and you can wrap it up into a bun. You know, they don't have to go down to the waist. And the only reason for why they said they're not like dreadlocks is because it can get messy. And she tried to argue against that by saying she can keep it clean and she can tie it in a way where it's tight and it's not all over the place.
Correct.
How would that go against the policy?
Because they told you that they don't like it because they can get messy. Okay. So then when they say, okay, you have to keep them messy or you have to keep them clean. What happens later if they turn up messy again? Like, you're asking that they told you, they said, we don't like dreadlocks. And then you said, oh, wait, let me do it in a way that I can make it clean. And then what happens in 6 months when they get messy? Like, it doesn't get rid of the problem. All you're doing is kicking the can down the road. So instead of having to deal with it, they just said no. It's not being baited. Because if she keeps her dreadlocks, then this argument is going to come up again.
What's up, Christopher?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, man, it's just a dress code. A dress code is a dress code. When you go to work for somebody, you're working for a company, and you have to abide by that company's rules. You don't even have to work there. You don't have to work there if you don't want to.
Yeah, it's not discrimination.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's no different from people who want to work and like sag their pants and shit like that. If your boss tell you can't sag your pants, that's their business. They make the rules. You don't. You either abide by their rules or you don't fucking work there.
Just like if they don't want women to wear shirts that have super big cleavage in it or too short a skirt, or they don't want you to wear jeans that have holes in them, or they don't want multicolored dyed hair, or they don't want piercings like in your face. Like, it's a dress code. It's not racist. It's not biased. You're a representation of their business, and like that's what it is. That's the rules. Like, just like with the kids that end up going to state and they go to wrestle and they tell the kids that have dreads they have to shave them, and people are like, that's racism. No, it's part of the policy of the state championship that you can't have dreads. He doesn't have to wrestle if he doesn't want to cut them. He just can't wrestle and have dreads. He has two choices here: Two, they're not making him shave his hair and then disqualifying him from the tournament. They're saying if you want to wrestle in this match, you have to shave your head. If you don't want to wrestle in this match, you don't have to shave your head. But you can't have both. It's not being racist. Are you going to tell me that there's jobs that
Jordan? How
are you telling?
me?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Christopher? Kind of cut out.
No, I was just asking Jordan. Jordan, how do you define racism? Like, what do you think a racist is?
So racism is prejudice based on race.
You said prejudice based what?
Based on race. So if you're discriminating against somebody because of race.
So if you feel like racism is prejudice based on race, what does hair have to do with race?
Well, with the Supreme Court case, I know she lost because people said technically a white person can have dreadlocks, and that was a thing. It's more associated with black people. It's like it's associated with black people and Rastafarians. That's what dreadlocks are associated with.
Yeah, but
so No, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, like, say if you have a white person who works at your job and they say that there's no dreadlocks, they have a policy where they don't want nobody wearing dreadlocks, and a white person has dreadlocks. If they don't tell that white person they have to remove their dreadlocks, but they do tell the black person they have to remove their dreadlocks, then that would be racist. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, dress code like is even the same thing with tattoos, like tattoos and sagging pants and shit like that. It's just certain types of ways that you can present yourself. If a company doesn't want you to present yourself, like dreads, tattoos, or sagging pants or anything, you don't own that company. You can just go work somewhere else.
Not even that, but you're saying that. Okay, so you're saying that black people are associated with dreadlocks. That's only because that is the narrative that is painted. If you look at the Scottish or the Irish or like a lot of the Celtic people, they had dreadlocks. Dreadlocks have been in every culture under the sun. If white people don't comb their hair, our hair gets greasy and knots into dreads. Every culture's had it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. I know white people can have dreadlocks. It's just that it's a hairstyle that nowadays more blacks have it.
Yeah, but again, so here's the thing. All right, so more blacks have it, right? And there's a problem with there being said that white folks have a lot of wealth, correct? And black folks don't have a lot of wealth, right?
No, I wasn't saying that.
I did say that you said that, but I'm saying that is when you watch the media and stuff, you hear that white people have money and black people don't, and black people get discriminated against, and white people have money because they get wealth passed on from generation to generation, and the system itself has kept black people from accumulating wealth and passing it on, correct? You've heard that narrative?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it that you don't see a mass amount of white folks with dreadlocks?
Because I don't know, that's not the popular hairstyle for them.
No, because it doesn't make sense for white people to have dreadlocks like that, because most places don't want you to have dreadlocks. And who are a lot of the people that have dreadlocks?
Blacks.
What type of blacks?
It doesn't have to be a type. No, there are doctors with dreadlocks.
There are doctors, but that is not who made the dreadlocks popular.
I mean, if you want to talk about what made it popular, I don't really know the history behind it.
No. I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about in your lifetime. I clearly remember a song by Chance the Rapper that said clearly, if the labels try to stop me, there's going to be some dread-headed in the lobby, right? What was he insinuating by the people with dreads? What was he saying in that line?
I mean, I never heard about that song. I mean, I guess you're trying to get me to say that he's talking about, criminals.
I'm not getting you to say anything. I'm asking you what he said.
No, the thing is, you're asking that, but I don't know about that song. Like, I never heard about that until you just told me.
Chief Keef, who was a known gangbanger, whose whole platform came up with he was a gangbanger from Chicago. What did he have?
Yeah, he had dreads.
Lil Wayne, when Lil Wayne was rapping about being blood in, blood out, blood this, sly, all blah, 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 all that bullshit. What did he have?
Dreads.
Waka Flocka, talking about being hard in the motherfucking paint. Leave your body stinking. What did he have?
Yeah.
Okay, so explain something to me. Why is it in the black community, the prominent culture of the black community is gangbanging, thugging, crime, and a lot of those people have dreads, okay? And then in white America doesn't have the same bad like criminal thing, and you can't have most places you can't have dreads at, and a lot of people that are white don't have dreads.
All right, so it's not like most people have dreads because a lot of, even though it's like a black associated hairstyle, a lot of people don't have dreads because a lot of work with it. And with that whole crime argument, I mean, the Italian mob, a lot of people associate Italians with the mobs, with the movies, but it's not like they just look at Italians and be like, oh, they're criminals. They understand like it's just a movie, that's just a persona.
Yes, but there's the difference, and I'm gonna show you two differences. The argument that I was bringing about white people with dreads is when you say that white people have generational wealth and black people don't because of discrimination, and black people say if you can't have dreads as a job, it's discrimination. The reason it's perceived to be a black thing is because black people predominantly now wear dreads and white people don't. White people predominantly have jobs that can't let them have dreads. They can't have dreads either. Okay, so one culture as a majority doesn't do something because they're trying to work and do their family. The other culture predominantly, like if you look at the Irish that had the mob, if you look at the Jews that had the mob, and you look at the Italians that have the mob, they didn't have music and music videos about them being criminals and committing crimes. If you go back to the 50s, when you look at like Sinatra sang about love songs, but he was affiliated with the fucking mob.
All right, so here's the thing with that. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
But the point of it is you have criminals that were in the news doing criminal shit, but they didn't outwardly make music and their whole persona out there. Like you had Gotti. Like Gotti was known for being a criminal, but you didn't have Gotti in a music video or a rap song or a whatever type of fucking music he listened to, singing and rapping or singing and dancing and making movies about killing people. But you do now have a culture of black artists that do propel this idea, and they even make comments about my badass shooters are gonna have dreads. Like the perception of black folks and the perception of the mob come from different places. The mob people didn't portray that like that. Like they're not the ones that were doing stupid shit in videos saying that this is what we do, this is what we are, blah, 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 blah. Like it's the perception is different based on the people. The people made the like. You can't tell me that black people complain about being considered criminals, but every rapper that you know talks about killing somebody. Like, what do you
Right, you
want?
can't get mad at the stereotypes. You can't get mad
Yeah.
at the stereotypes, but at the same time, not get mad at the people who are perpetuating and living those same stereotypes. Like stereotypes exist for a reason. They don't just come out of the blue just for no reason. There's people who actually live and breathe those stereotypes every single day.
Mm-hmm. So my thing with that is blacks with the rap culture thing. One, a lot of the rappers who like to rap about a crime life, it has been widely known that a lot of them are faking just for entertainment. Even them about talking about being rich, a lot of them are faking. It's just entertainment. And secondly, a lot of the people going to the concerts are whites.
Correct.
It's not black people.
Yeah. Do you know the difference though? Do you know okay, so two things here. So again, it's black people are the ones that want you to make sure that you're real. Black people check rappers. Right?
Yeah.
How many white folks have you seen in a music video where one group runs up on like there's a Waka Flocka and Gucci Mane are filming out in California or something, and a bunch of Crips walk up on them and start talking shit. Crips have ran down on Lil Wayne. Were those white people? Were those white Crips that were just rolling down on rappers, checking them on some G shit?
I don't think so. I mean, I never watched the video.
Was not. Do you know the other difference between white folks?
Mm-hmm.
White folks listen to music and they say, I like that music. And then they go back to doing what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that black people listen to this music and now they're like, I want to do that.
Regardless if they listen to this music or they don't listen to this music, when you have a majority of black artists rapping about leaving bodies rotting in the street or flipping the bird on the beam, or I don't need a scale because I can eyeball work, I'm not too jerk. And then you have 18 people killed in Chicago in one day. Name one white neighborhood where there's been 10 people killed in the same day. Just name one.
I don't know.
Not one. In Chicago, when the white people were killing each other and they did the Valentine's Day massacre, they killed like the Italians killed 7 Italians 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like the problem is the mentality of this music is the mentality of people in the street. So like, regardless if you say, well, these rappers are faking it. Yeah, sure. They're faking it. That's great. That's awesome.
No, not all of them. Some of them, yeah, they are actual criminals.
But it's still accepted.
Yeah, but regardless, even if they're
it's still glorified and it's still accepted by the culture.
Yeah, they're still glorifying
we
it.
Still glorify the shit.
Yeah.
Even if a rapper is fake, even if a rapper says he's a killer, but he's not really a killer, or if he says he's a gangbanger, but he's not really a gangbanger, our culture still glorifies it, and we still not only do we glorify it, but we sexualize and romanticize it too. I mean, that's what the women are into too. It don't matter if they fucking real or not, or fake or not.
Yeah, even when I was younger, if you were white and listened to rap music, other white people called you a wigger. Like, other white people looked down on you doing dumb shit. Like, if you were getting into trouble and you were getting in trouble in school and you let your pants sag and you like listen to rap, they would call you a wigger. Like, they would shame other white kids from doing stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in white people, as white people, we shame people that do things that we don't agree with. Now you can say that the
Exactly,
wigger
but
comment,
in our culture, it's cool to be stupid. It's cool to be
Like-
stupid in our culture. It's cool, like if you live in the ghetto, it's cool to be a fucking idiot. It's cool to smoke weed and hang with drug dealers. It's cool to sell drugs. It's cool to be a baby dad. All kinds of stupid shit. Like in our culture, it's cool to do it, as opposed to in the white culture. Like you said, they shame people, and white people who don't come from, they actually look down on people like that.
and like to be honest with you, you can even make an argument that wigger is you could consider that to be racist. Like I'll go out of the way and say that if you want to consider that to be a racist thing, then I will concede that point. I can see your point on that side. But the fact of the matter is we still, with that being said, it was shaming. Like they were shaming kids to tell them not to be little thugs. Like, don't you be a little dickhead, is pretty much what they were saying. Even if it had a racial overtone or not. But at the end of the day, you have rappers, movies, celebrities, like you have all this portrayal of stuff on the media, and then you actually look at the news and the same shit is happening. I just showed a video where that chick's brother got shot in a store, and she was saying that him robbing with the gun wasn't sufficient enough for him to kill him. Like,
oh, is that feedback from me?
That feedback's from you. Yeah. So point being is, like a lot of the time, like a lot of this stuff isn't a privilege. It's just decisions and it's behavior. Like if you don't save your money and buy a house, you'll never own a house. Like a lot of white folks, when they buy houses, they save up for years to buy a house that they can barely afford. Like if you don't do that though, if you don't value owning a house, you're not going to value owning a house. If you don't value your neighborhood, you're not going to invest in your neighborhood. If you're not picking up trash in your neighborhood, you're not going to do things to fix your neighborhood. Like like the perception of white people is only based on a false premise. Like, is there racist white people? Yeah, but most of us aren't racist. Most of us don't like talking to other racist people. We shun racist people. Like there's just a lot of assumptions that are made about white people that people just don't realize, or they think that like it's super secret, but it's not. Like most of us police ourselves. Like, and most of the low life white people come from single parent households that do dumb shit because they have a fucked up home life. Like that's why white people have we call people trailer trash, because they're fucking trailer trash. But you don't have people calling people that live in the projects derogatory names. You have rappers talking about coming from the projects, or, you had Old Dirty Bastard in the 90s saying that he was, had a deal, but showing his food stamp card or his food stamps or whatnot. Like, you just have a different perception in the black community than the white community. Like, a lot of the people that I knew growing up didn't like it was shameful to let people know that you were on welfare. Like, seriously, to this day, I will not go and buy anything in a store with change because I feel shame. Like, even if I have rolled quarters, I won't do it.
No, I think I get that. I've heard about that. People don't like spending money with food stamps or some quarters, some loose change they found. Yeah.
Yeah, like as white people, like a lot of us have shame. Like my parents felt shame when they were on welfare when I was born, and they got off it, and they did everything they could to stay off it, and like that shame was put into me. So like how I feel about stuff drives me not to be like, I don't want to feel shameful, so I push myself not to be there. But then you also have like you have people in white society that wasn't shot that, and they just live off welfare their whole life. So like you have both sides of the coin, but for the most part, there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shaming and self-shame in the white community. Just like Asians, they shame, like there's a lot of shame. Like there's a lot of shaming tactics that happen they shame themselves and propel them to do certain stuff. There isn't so much of that in the black community. So usually the shaming is positive things, like you sound white, you not black because you talk white, you're uppity. Like the shaming on them is for them to not act white. So
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Like kind of with, I think Candace Owens, she said how we're like the only culture that's posting tweets saying like, free this, free him, free her, free the homie. You know, we encourage, you know, crime in a way. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, like you only find like criminal white people that post that shit. Like only criminal white people want white people to get out that did crimes. Like you don't hear just your average normal person in the white community texting about like posting about like some person getting out of prison. It's only other criminals that they hang out with. Like we just have a different concept of life. It's not anything secret. Like we shame and we try to do better. Like that's really what it comes down to. And also as white men, like there's a pride thing when it comes to getting handouts and stuff from the government. Like it used to be that people didn't want anything from the government. Like most white folks that like if you're a conservative, you don't want free you don't want government handouts. Like conservatives don't want the government interfering in their life. They don't want the government telling them what they can and can't do. They don't want the government, like they just don't want to be involved with the government at all. So they just don't live their life that way.
You think it's wrong to get like welfare temporarily to like bring yourself up? I'm not saying to live off of it, but to just bring yourself up.
Yeah, but like I don't have an issue with it. But here's the problem. Like, how many people get off welfare?
No, I get that. I'm not saying with the people who stay on it. I'm saying if you have a plan and you use it and then you pick yourself up. That's what I'm talking about more. I notice
I don't have a problem with that, but here's the issue that I have with welfare. Welfare predominantly only goes to women. So that's my issue. Like, I feel that only women shouldn't be getting welfare. Like, I think that's biased, and I feel that like that just teaches women that they don't have to take responsibility for their actions, and like that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, and the thing that kind of got me mad, I don't know if you saw it. There was this rapper back in the day, ODB, Old Dirty Bastard. He used to be on welfare. Then he became a rapper. He started making money. He made a video talking about how he makes all this money, but he still collects welfare checks because he said it's free money. That's best.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, but do you know why? Do you know why he got welfare?
No, why?
Because even if you're a millionaire, okay, so say I make $2 million a year, all right? If I have 26 kids, depending on how many kids I have to how much money I make, even if I have 47 kids, all right, and I make $3 million a year, I can still qualify. Yeah, I did just say that, but I can qualify for welfare because I have so many kids. So the more kids that you have and the money you make, it doesn't necessarily mean like it doesn't necessarily mean anything, because the way they look at it is how many kids you have by income. So even if he had so many kids and he made so much money, he could still qualify for it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you're just abusing the system.
Yeah.
Because I mean, nobody told him not to have all those kids.
Yeah, but but here's the same argument for a woman that has one kid and goes on welfare. No one told you to have that kid.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
So if you're going to use that argument for him for 13 kids, then you have to make the same argument for the woman with one kid.
no, I agree. Because I mean, unless you can say you were raped or something, but if you just had sex with somebody and you didn't use protection.
Even then, I don't think that I don't even think that rape is a good argument for welfare or for
Abortion.
Yeah, I don't even feel that rape is a good argument for abortion.
Why don't you think rape is a good argument for abortion? I mean, how I feel, it's if you were raped, I feel like the baby's mental trauma, and I don't know how that baby will be raised, because the baby had nothing to do with it, but the mom will always see that child and think of what happened to her and might treat the baby different.
So here's my question. Should there be limits on abortion or not limits on abortion?
No, I don't agree with abortion. I mean, I don't agree with it.
Okay. So you don't agree with it. So what should the limits be? What do you find the guidelines for abortion to be okay should be?
I mean, ideally, I'd say it shouldn't be a thing. Well, I don't know. I feel like me, with my morals, I don't believe it should be a thing, but it's like, if you I kind of thought about it. It's like, you force abortion not being a thing, there's going to be people who still going to have babies. They're going to be dependent on welfare. Their kids are going to probably live in single parent households. They're going to do bad. And then that's just going to raise crime rates. And it's going to be more people on welfare. So even though I don't agree with it morally, I feel like on a societal level, it will be better.
Okay. So in New York, more black babies are aborted than are born. All right.
Wow.
Out of all children that are, and so Black Lives Matter, but not those lives. Those lives don't matter, but Black Lives Matter. Out of all abortions, only 1% of all abortions are from rape and from incest.
No, I agree with you. I'm not using that argument to say it should be available for everybody, because it doesn't happen most of the time.
Yeah, but this is what happens. If you say that, okay, abortion can only be legal for women that are raped, guess what's going to happen?
Oh, yeah.
Every woman got raped.
Claims.
Every woman got raped. What happens when you say, well, only women can get food stamps if they were raped? You know what's going to happen? Mm-hmm. Every woman got raped. So it's either you have it or you don't. You can't make a middle of the road kind of argument, because whoever wants it is just going to say whatever to get to those requirements. Mm-hmm. So I honestly think that welfare shouldn't be a thing, because it allows people to be like it allows people to make poor decisions and then not have to face those decisions. Like right now, if I had say I had to pay my rent and I had $700, okay? And to say I decide the casinos here in Cleveland are open, I can go down to the casino and I can gamble, all right? If I told you that I decided to go gamble my $700 of rent at the casino tonight and I couldn't pay my rent tomorrow, all right, would you let me have $700 to pay my rent?
No.
Would your parents give me $700 to pay my rent?
No.
Would any reasonable person give me $700 to pay my rent?
Yeah, I get you.
But I can go and have sex with anyone unprotected, let dudes come in me. I can do anything I want to do. I don't have to be responsible in any way. The government will pay for my abortion. The government will pay me to have the kid. The
Wait,
government will
is free? Abortions are free?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Abortion gets subsidized by taxpayer dollars. It does. It hasn't been lately because Trump changed the way that abortion funding works. But it used to be that they were like it was taxpayer funded. Like you can go, like you can even get an abortion for like $300, even if you have to pay for it. So even it allows people to be not accountable. But as a man, I don't have that same ability. If I told you that I decided to go buy a new car for $700 or go buy a new Xbox for $700 or I went and bought anything for $700 instead of paying my rent, you would tell me I'm a fucking idiot. But if I'm a woman and I tell you that I can't afford to have a kid, so I'm having a kid, you wouldn't say, well, you're fucking retarded. You'd say, well, go down. You know, it's hard being a single mom, so go down and get some welfare. And, you know, you got to do what's best for that child. Like, there's no, like, there's nothing for women. Like, literally a woman could say, well, I was drinking and I was at a house with a bunch of boys and I kind of was in a train, but not really, but kind of. And I don't know who the father is. That's all right. Go get you some welfare. Not you made a poor decision. Get you some welfare. Take care of that baby. Like us as men, we don't get the same. As men, we don't get the exact same argument. And that's why I honestly don't think that racism is a big deal. I don't think racism is the same idea as people think. I think that there is more of a gender bias against men than there is a racism problem against races.
So what do you think about what I said with abortion societal level? Like, if I believe that if abortion was made, well, it is not made. If abortion stayed the way it is pretty much stopping a lot of single parent households from being made, and kids raised in single parent households were probably gonna end up on the streets more likely than not.
Dave Jones, I just had a woman in 2000 and what year was that? 2018. I had a woman in 2018 have an abortion of my child. And I know that there's no way she paid $600 because she couldn't afford $600 for an abortion. But with it not being free, the fact of the matter is it used to be that the federal government gave money to Planned Parenthood, even though the law states that Planned Parenthood can't use that money for abortions. Trump changed the law to where that they would have to have separate facilities to do so. And Planned Parenthood said, we don't want the money because we're not going to build separate places to have abortions. So it used to be the federal government gave Planned Parenthood money so they financed abortions. Like abortions were subsidized by the federal government. Hell, Obama gave taxpayer monies to help abortions in other countries when he was in office. So the subsidization of abortions is a fact. That is a fact. But yeah, I think there's more of a gender problem than there is a race problem.
Yeah, so I was asking you, what do you think when I said societally, I feel like abortion would be better because there'd be less crime and less single parent households, even though I disagree with it morally?
No, because you're not, because one, as a society, you need more people to rebuild society. So if you don't have enough people that are being born every year, then society is dying. Okay, so even though you're not going to have more crime, you're also not going to have more people. So even if you're saving people from, like, that's the problem in Japan right now. Like, Japan's population is aging; they're not replenishing itself. America is damn near to where we're not, the same amount of people that die are not being born. Like, we're almost to a point where we're not replenishing ourselves, and a lot of that has to do with abortion, and people choosing not to have kids and stuff like that. So there, even if you have abortion and it's less crime, the problem is there's this, the abortions incentivize women to have sex with whoever. So if you took out welfare and abortions, then it would make women have to be accountable for what they're doing. So they would, like, women would stop. They wouldn't have sex unless they were married. If they weren't able to have abortions and they weren't able to, like, get welfare.
So basically, you're basically only, like, on a societal aspect, the only thing you believe is eventually the population will start to dwindle.
The population is. Our birth rates are low.
Okay.
Yeah, like, why do you think the black community is only 43 million people?
I mean, I'm assuming. Well, I don't know. I gotta see the slave to, well, not just slave, but when America first started, I want to know how many black people was it compared to white people. So if it was smaller, I'm assuming it's gonna stay small. But if it was equal, then it got smaller. Then yeah, something must have happened.
Okay, so I'm looking at a website right now called Grand Rapids Right to Live. Okay, I'm going to share this website, and I want you to look at something. You see this?
Can you post a link in the chat? Because kind of it's zoomed out.
Okay, so it says genocide, black abortions in America. Abortion kills 1,000 black babies every day in America.
Mm-hmm.
Today, with more than 28% of all black pregnancies ending in induced abortion, it is a human crisis. Abortion is the #1 killer of black lives in the United States, according to the Center for Disease and Prevention. Abortion kills more people than HIV, homicide, diabetes, car accidents, cancer, and heart disease combined. In 2014, African American women comprised 13.3% of the U.S. population, but black women had 36% of all abortions.
Mm. So I mean, but that's still like that's a high number, but
Yeah,
there's
so
still more babies being born than not in the black community.
Yeah, but see, that's true, but in, like, New York itself, more are being killed than are born.
Okay.
So the reason that number is the number it is because it's taking an account of a lot of different places. So you got to remember that you have black people that live in more conservative areas in the South that isn't so friendly with abortion. But places like California and Chicago and New York are super liberal when it comes to abortion. So, like, New York has a lot more black women killing their babies because the climate idea in the area is that abortion's okay all the time. So, like, that's why in, like, New York, I said more babies are aborted than are born in New York. But, like, in the whole, as a whole, other places, it's not the case. Like 1,000 babies a day. That's 1,000 babies a day.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you said a day? I thought it was a year.
A day. 1,000
wow.
babies a day. It's what I'll click on it again. It literally says abortion kills 1,000 black babies every day in America.
Wow.
But Black Lives Matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, people change their beliefs based on what suits them.
So that's why I don't support the Black Lives Matter. Because those same people that are saying Black Lives Matter are the same people that are aborting 1,000 babies a day.
Mm.
Those are the same people that saw that man, David Dorm, taking his last breaths on Facebook Live over a TV that aren't protesting or trying to get justice for him. They say he's collateral damage.
Mm.
But David Dorm was a cop for years. He was a good man. Like, he wasn't a criminal. But George Floyd was a criminal, and he died. That doesn't justify him being killed. But David Dorm is not a saint. He's not being painted on murals. He's not getting walks. He's not getting 3 funerals. He's not getting media coverage. But Floyd, who is a criminal, is getting a gold. He got buried in a gold casket. He had celebrities that were at his funeral in Houston. There were people 2 or 3 weeks prior to that could not go to their parents' funeral or their grandparents' funeral. Regardless if you don't see them the same or not, those are still lives that aren't happening. You can't say you're about black excellence, but then you're fucking killing 365,000 black children a year. Like Floyd got a horse-drawn carriage, got buried in Houston in a gold casket. He had celebrities from like all sorts of celebrities at his funeral.
Oh, I think that's because Steven Jackson knew George Floyd, apparently. I think that's why.
Regardless of why he got it, I don't care why. But the people 2 weeks prior to that's mom died, that they couldn't go to the funeral because they were on lockdown.
Wait, who?
We're still under lockdown. A lot of these states are still locked down. New York City's locked down right now. So de Blasio, whoever it was, came after the Jews who were burying somebody. They told them if they went to another. Yes, there are other people that its family members died. They cannot go bury. But this dude, George, who gets killed, there's 3 funerals with him, and celebrities fly from out of state to Texas to bury him. And they didn't have to social distance.
I think that's because the states are different. Because I mean, New York, that's the worst spot in the country. I think it's different states.
California's locked down.
Did the funeral happen in California?
No, but celebrities flew from out of California to go to Texas. There were like people.
Is Texas locked down? Like, are they banning funerals? Because I think that's different.
No, the fact of the matter is, either the quarantine is an issue or it's not. Either it's a problem or it's not. The Jews in New York could not go to their family's funeral, but they're not arresting protesters for breaking the quarantine.
No, that's always been happening in New York. People are, even in New York, before George Floyd, people are getting arrested for hanging out outside.
Yes, but they're not getting arrested now.
But that's a different state. That they have a different.
No, in New York. In New York, there's been protests in New York. In New York, there was Jews a few weeks ago. No. California and New York proceeded to keep their lockdown going longer. They just came out like a couple weeks ago and said they're going to do it for another month. Okay? They just said all the rioters in New York, they're not arresting. They're going to let them go. They're not prosecuting any protesters at all. Google it. But literally 4 weeks ago, right before George died, they ended up telling the Jewish people they'd get arrested if they went to their family's funeral.
Uh-huh.
When people came out and protested in states around the country trying to get the economy to be reopened, they told those people that they didn't have the right to protest, and they were putting grandma at risk because they wanted haircuts. Now you got people in the streets staying shoulder to shoulder that the people protesting to open the economy, they were social distancing. A lot of those people were in their cars protesting, driving slow. Like in Michigan, they drove slow, they drove through the streets real slow. All right. Those people were told they were terrorists because they wanted to open the country and that they were being selfish because they wanted to kill grandma. But the people that are protesting in the streets for Floyd, where there's burnings and robberies and killings and there are crimes being committed, no one can tell me that there's not any city that's had protests. There aren't fires being burning down buildings. You can't tell me there isn't. They're okay. They're not monsters. They're not risking grandma's life. Like, if people don't see that this whole protest and this whole idea for Floyd is a narrative that's being pushed for the left to try to gain power to get to the presidency, then that's on you. Why are all Democratic places the ones that are still locked down?
Where are the places locked down? What places are still locked down?
Like California is locked down. California is locked down till August. Michigan is still locked down. The governor or the mayor, Lightfoot, she's completely locked down Michigan. She just extended the lockdown like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then the lady in Chicago, she extended the lockdown. New York's locked down. Like, a lot of these Democratic places, they're still locked down. In California, they're running out of places. In Chicago, they just came out and they locked it down and put a curfew downtown in like Chicago. And one of the people that is part of the surrounding communities of not downtown in Chicago called and talked to the mayor and told her that the governor of Ohio is a Republican. DeWise is a Republican. But no. Most of Ohio is a Republican. Most of the cities of Ohio are Democrats. That's why we're a swing state, because majority of the state is Republican. But like Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, the big cities are Democratic. Just like if you go to New York State as a state is Republican, but New York City, the city, is densely populated and majority of Democrat. But outside of the city, everyone's Republican. Like, it's mostly Republican, just like California. Like, when you get out of the big cities, most of the people are Republican, but there's just a dense, like, all the cities are super liberal, so that outvotes everyone else in the state. But there was a Hispanic like a Hispanic guy that's part of the. He's part of like the suburbs in Chicago, and he said that there was Latin Kings and some other gang that were walking around his neighborhood with AKs, trying to settle a score. And he asked her, "Well, what are you gonna do? Because you guys are putting a curfew and shutting down the city." And as soon as you shut down the city, you're going to push all these rioters into our neighborhoods. And that's what ended up happening. All they did is push them to the outside. What? I feel most presidential elections are a blue state. I don't know what you mean. Like, to be honest with you, most of the country is Republican. Like, the only reason the Democrats really win is because they have the big cities. And depending on what happens with the Republican president determines if Republicans are going to go Democrat or not. Like Obama, a lot of people voted for Obama because he was the first black president. So like everyone wanted to like believe in this more non-racial sort of environment.
Wait, what makes you say most of the country's Republican? I thought it was the opposite because Hillary won the popular vote.
Yeah. Okay. So the fact of the matter is there was a study that came out and showed that Hillary there was a person that came out and did a study when it came to voting patterns, and by Facebook and Google suppressing the way that they changed their algorithm, that they could influence the voting pattern from 2 to 6 million people at a minimum, and Hillary won by like 3 million votes. So like you can't tell me that Google and Facebook and them don't lean left. You can't tell me that Google doesn't shadow ban or they don't do shit to the Republican sides, for one. Plus, they've also found they've been finding voting the voting I forget what they call them, like the list of voters, registered voters. They've found a lot of like incorrect voting registries.
So what, like countrywide, most of the registries were they found a group of incorrect registries.
Yeah, like a lot of states having like 3 or 4 counties that are like they have only 100,000 people and there's like 200,000 voters in that county.
Oh, you're talking about voter fraud.
A lot of voter fraud, and it's a lot of the voter fraud when it comes to these reels is like California and New York. It's a lot of like left leaning places.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's a great fact. Yeah, a lot of illegals vote for Hillary. A lot of illegals vote Democrat as well. Like in Chicago,
how does an illegal vote?
Because most of these places, like California, you can get an ID as a legal alien. They'll give you an ID. In Chicago, I know for a fact I worked with a guy that was an illegal immigrant. He lived in Chicago and he drove around on a license, even though he was illegal. He had an Illinois license that stated that he was an illegal. It was colored and shaped differently, but Illinois themselves gave him an ID for driving, and he drove around Ohio with no problem with it. When he got pulled over, he'd show it, and he didn't get arrested.
So is a license different than a license of a citizen?
It looks different, but it acts the exact same way. So like theirs is like green.
Mm-hmm.
for one. Two, a lot of Democrats don't have like they vote against ID laws because they say that brown and black people cannot get they can't get an ID, so it's suppressing their vote. Even though you need an ID for everything, it's so that they can have illegals vote for them. That's what it comes down to. That's why they're trying to get mail-in voting now.
Mm-hmm. So wait, in this state where you said your friend had the license, was that a sanctuary state or something, or was that just?
Yeah, Illinois, like Chicago,
Okay.
Illinois is a sanctuary. Illinois is.
Yeah.
They don't prosecute. So he came to Ohio, and he was working in Cleveland, and he got pulled over, and he didn't get arrested because he had an ID from Illinois.
But is Ohio a sanctuary state too?
No,
So when he came there, why didn't he get deported?
because he had an ID from another state.
But I thought the whole sanctuary state thing was you're only safe in that state. So once you leave that state, you get caught, you can get deported.
So I started working at this company 2 years ago, and this guy worked at the company. He worked at the job I was at 2 years ago. So that was 2018. So Trump was in the middle of the Mueller investigation. He was going through all of the shit of he was still fighting to get the wall up. I think like I was just on a job this year where the illegals, like ICE was coming and hitting the job constantly, taking illegals out. But 2 years ago, it wasn't like that. Like the illegals really weren't getting busted that hard because Trump wasn't able to either get the policy going, or there was a lot of stuff that he was going through with being like them trying to impeach him and the Mueller report and all that stuff that was going on. He was tied up in litigation, so I don't think he had really got the ability to start going after illegal citizens at the time in which we were. I could be wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, but I know for a fact that we sent him to get lunch and he got pulled over, and he came back with our lunch and a ticket. He didn't get arrested. And he told us he had an ID, and I was like, really? And he showed me an ID, and it was like it was like a little bit different than ours. Like his was turned the opposite way or some shit, and had a different color, and it didn't say like legal. It said like it said something, but it wasn't phrased the same way that a driver's license is phrased. But yeah, he was in the country. He lived in Chicago. He was from Mexico. Like he spoke decent English.
Mm-hmm.
And illegals vote Democrat.
You know, I actually want to read a study about that because I know I did hear this, but I never checked it out. But apparently, Cubans, I heard somebody say Cubans voted more for Trump because they were scared of because they keep Castro, so they didn't want democratic policies. Like they didn't want government control.
So Cubans are like Cubans for the most part are the only immigrants that come like, okay, so there's a difference between illegal immigrants and immigrants. So like if you're a Mexican that comes here and you live here and your parents were Mexicans from Mexico and they're here illegal, like if you don't directly come from the country, you're more likely to be a Republican or a conservative as the generations go down. Like if you're 2 generations away from Mexico, you're more likely to be a Republican depending on where you live. But with Cubans don't like democratic policy because they lived like their parents lived under Castro and it was horrible.
Mm-hmm. So is that thing I said true? Cause I just heard that from somebody. I never saw actual data on it. Like, did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like
that's interesting.
a lot of the reason that other immigrants come here, like Cubans know about oppressive governments. Like Mexicans and Guatemalans, a lot of people from like South America and Central America, they come here and they want free stuff because it's not that they don't want to work hard, but they're accustomed to getting free stuff back home, like they're in a socialist society. And when they come here and they still get free stuff, but they're not oppressed, it's like a win-win. So like there's plenty of illegal immigrants that get welfare and shit from like California. Now you're not going to be legal and get welfare from every state in the union, but there are some states that still give out welfare to illegals. And like they have like they have principles and like they've lived a certain way. So like bigger government policies seem okay to them because they're not in their country. So like here in America, you don't have like I don't wear a mask. Like so in other like back there, they have an oppressive government. America doesn't, but they do like socialist things. So like when they come to America and they start voting for socialist stuff, if they do vote, because not all illegals vote, but there are illegals that vote, they support socialist stuff because it's not as fucked up as it is back home. But what happens is over time, them keep voting that way, things get more fucked up. Look at California.
Wait, so you never got a mask?
No, the only time that I wore a mask was when I thought I had the virus. I wore the mask so I didn't give it to other people. But besides that, I don't wear a mask.
You weren't concerned about like getting it before and possibly before we knew what we know now. You weren't concerned about getting it and possibly giving it to your kid?
No.
Why not?
Because I know that the media is lying, and I know that I know like who wants to get into some conspiracies? Who wants to get into some conspiracy theories? Like who wants to take a trip down the rabbit hole?
I mean, sure. I'd love to hear your opinion.
So, the reason that the Kung Flu came out was because they were trying. So, if you know anything about a couple things that happened, Trump had just signed the trade deal with China. Okay. So, Trump had just signed the trade deal with China, and the trade deal was in our benefit, not theirs. When that happened in December also is when they launched the impeachment on Trump, or they ended the they launched the impeachment on Trump in December. If you remember, I'm dropping the wrong thing. Why is that? Shit. Wait. Okay,
I'm gonna try to see if I can do it.
I got it.
Okay.
All right. So during that time is when they decided to do the impeachment. Well, if you remember, Nancy Pelosi had the impeachment paperwork. She kept it for like 2 weeks. You remember that? Remember that being in the news? How she sat on it?
No, I didn't hear that. I mostly just heard about the impeachment. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the House ended up passing the rules of the impeachment, the articles of impeachment. They passed it. Well, she ended up holding it for like a week or week and a half or something. Like she didn't immediately take it down to the Senate. All right, because there was in the news they were saying that he wasn't technically impeached if the rules weren't delivered to the Senate, because that's the way the guidelines are written in the Constitution. So what ended up happening was the day that she took the papers of impeachment down to the Senate is the same day that 01 with the Kung Fu virus flew from China to America. The same day.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as the virus hit, like we were told that it was this crazy death rate that it could kill everybody. It was going to kill fucking millions. All right.
I don't. Was that what they were saying? I think in
they
the
were
beginning they were trying to say we don't know much about it.
Yeah, so if Nate, if you go look at the numbers specifically, if you look at like the death rates of other stuff, like heart attacks went down. Like anytime someone was dying but they tested for the antibodies of the virus, they put them down as a COVID death. Like,
No, actually,
like
Kyle, if you want to hear something funny? They said the virus saved lives because less people were driving, so less accidents.
yeah, but also it does. They say that, but also for every 1% of unemployment that goes up, so many people kill themselves. So the amount of people that have killed themselves has gone up. It used to be like 5 people. Like in some places, it used to be like 5. Like 1 person a month or 2 people a month. Now it's like 5 people a day. Like the more people that are unemployed, the more people kill themselves. It's a fact. So also, if you think about it, when they locked down all these states, it hurt the economy, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was Trump saying before the lockdown? What was he always saying?
I don't know. I mean, I heard him say I heard him commend himself for what he did. I don't know what he was saying.
He was saying that the economy is the best it's ever been.
He was saying
the economy.
Before the virus.
Yeah, the economy. Well, guess what happened? Do you remember? Do you know Bill Maher or Bill?
Yeah, the comedian, the old guy.
Yeah, yeah. You know that when Trump took office, do you know what he said?
What did he say?
He said that we need the economy to collapse. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but it will get Trump out of office.
Wow, that is, of course, it's easy for him to say when he has all that money.
Yeah, but he said that like last year or the year before, and then all of a sudden this China virus comes in and they shut the economy down. And guess who still has their states locked down?
No, New York and California.
Democrat states. Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly men that are killing themselves. But like, so no president has ever got reelected with a shitty economy. And there were multiple people in the media saying they needed they were trying to tell us in 2019 that we were going to hit a recession in 2020.
What about Obama? When he got elected, didn't he get elected into this recession of 2008?
Yeah, but he was the reason that Bush's economy went shitty after, like, so President Bush got elected, okay? Then 9/11 happened. And then because we were at war, people normally vote for people could explain that the economy sucked because of the war, okay? Then because we were at war, we needed to keep the same president. We needed to keep the same president, okay? So when Obama took office, he was being the reason that they went to a Democrat instead of a Republican was because the economy was shit. Like, Bush was doing such a horrible job. He was doing such a horrible job that they were like, okay, well, we don't need to do a Republican again. We're going to do a Democrat because he's black and the Republicans suck. So then Obama became president. And then Obama's economy sucked the whole time. The whole time it sucked. And now we're with Trump, and Trump's doing good with the economy. But during his presidency, he was doing great with the economy, and people are trying to say like the job numbers aren't right, and we're going to have a recession in 2020. And when he became president, Fauci said that Trump was going to have a big epidemic that hit, and then an epidemic hit, and now they shut down the economy, and now those places don't want to shut down the economy, or they don't want to open the economy up again.
My question is like, how did it get better under Trump? I heard him talk about the stock market, but like, how did the economy get better?
Because he deregulated. He ended up deregulating, and he cut down on illegals. He kicked them out of the country. So when you lower the rates and you make it cheaper for businesses to borrow, they can borrow more money and pay less back. They don't have to. Like right now, you can go buy a house because people that couldn't afford to be in the market because the loans were too high. Like if you're getting $150,000 loan for a house over 30 years and the interest rate is 7%, you're paying 7% of the $150,000 loan over the course of 30 years every month. So you're going to end up spending like double the money, or fucking, it's going to be like $250,000 or $300,000 by the time you pay it off. But if you go and you make it 1%, you just cut a big chunk of the amount of interest you're paying back. So people that can afford to get into the market now can afford to, because their money has more buying power. All right. When you decrease regulations, it means that it costs less money for stuff to be produced. So, for example, in California, there's a lot of requirements that they make you do because of earthquakes and stuff like that, and you still have to pay more money. Like the more paperwork that hoops you have to jump through and paperwork you have to do, the more it costs you to do something. All right. So with that being said, by decreasing those things, it makes stuff cheaper. And then when you get rid of illegals, okay, if you have 1 million jobs, okay, so you have 1 million jobs and you have 500,000 Americans in the United States that need a job, okay, but you also have 2 million illegals in America. So now you have 1 million jobs and you have 2.5 million people competing over those jobs. Because there's more people than there are jobs, the companies can say, well, I'm only going to pay $7 an hour. I'm only going to pay minimum wage. Or I'm not going to hire the American. I'm going to hire the illegal and pay him less than minimum wage. So by getting illegals out of the country, that means that the businesses don't have such a open flood of labor. So it's just like, you smoke weed?
You said what? Do I smoke weed?
Yeah.
Tried it, but no, not recreationally.
Okay, so do you buy stuff off Amazon?
Mm-hmm.
So if you notice when the lockdown happened, electronics on Amazon, they jacked up the prices because electronics weren't being shipped in. For example, the webcam I'm using, it's normally like $100 or $70 to buy, but because the lockdown happened, everyone was buying them out and they weren't being replenished. The people that had them decided to resell them for $200 to $300 a piece. So the price got jacked up because the demand was higher than the supply. It's just like gas. If there's a gas shortage, the price of gas goes up because the demand is high and the supply is low.
I don't think that's because of is that because of the US? I think that's more because of China. That's where we get most of our electronic materials from.
Yeah, it's not because of the US, but I'm saying people in the US or in China or anywhere on Amazon, wherever they were, because there wasn't this webcam, more of them weren't being sent into America. there was not being more being produced because China shut down their factories. So however many webcams were out there was what was out there. But people being sent home and not being able to work, they started buying webcams because they started doing podcasts and they started doing YouTube channels and they started doing stuff on the internet because they were now at home. So since more people were doing it, more people wanted them. But because there were not being more produced, there were less. So the people that had them decided to buy them for all that they could for $75, $100, and then they were going to sit on them and sell them for $200 a piece. Like, for example, I have this camera right here. Okay. It's a Canon 77D. All right. In order for this to become my new camera for live streaming, I need a thing that's called a Cam Link. The Cam Link is $129 on Elgato. Elgato sells them for $129 a piece. Elgato sold out. Best Buy sold out. All the people that sell them are sold out. So if I go to Amazon right now to buy one, do you know how much people are charging for them?
Yeah, they like triple the price.
They're $400. So it's the same thing with the market when it comes to labor. So when you have 2.5 million people, 1 million of them being legal and 1.5 million of them being illegal, but you only have 750,000 jobs, because there's so many people, businesses can lower their wages, because if you say no, there's going to be someone that's desperate enough to say yes. But when you have a surplus of jobs and not enough labor, businesses raise their prices. Like they raise their wage to intrigue people to come work for them. Like if you look at like McDonald's before Corona, they were offering like tuition for college. They were paying people like $10 or $12 an hour to start. Like McDonald's increased their packages that they were giving people because there wasn't enough people to hire. So like those are some of the things that helped with the economy. Also with Trump like pulling us out of like the Paris Agreement, him doing the trade deals, him telling NATO that we weren't going to be paying them as much money as we were paying them, meant that less of the money that we were making was going out of the country. A lot of the regulations, like whenever you have green like regulations, that causes stuff to be more expensive.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that Trump made wages shoot up?
Yeah, wages climbed, and he also made, because of decreasing regulations and getting rid of a lot of illegals, he made to where the regulations allowed people. Yes. But what he ended up doing by doing that was he made it to where the businesses were able to grow. There wasn't as many regulations, so it didn't cost them as much money to do stuff. And because there was more, they were making more money, they were able to take that money and reinvest it into driving business. And then by him taking money, like it's multiple things he was doing. So like when he cut taxes for businesses, that meant they had more money that they could reinvest into themselves. When a business wants to grow, they have to take profits and reinvest it into themselves to be able to do that. So by him cutting taxes, him cutting the amount of labor that was in the country, by him doing regulations, he was doing enough things to where the economy could exponentially grow. Because the way that a business works is a business, like if you remember when Obamacare happened, a lot of businesses started laying people off because they had to be able to, every person that worked full time, they had to be able to pay their health insurance benefits, and the benefits started going up in price. And or people just weren't able to work full time. They cut people's pays from full time to part time. So like by adding that regulation to the economy, that directly affected people because the businesses now had to spend more money for more things. So they were unable to invest to make more jobs. Like it's just a little economics. Like Trump did a lot of things that helped the economy. And like as soon as we like the economy is already starting to go crazy. It's already like the stock market is already fucking jumping.
I mean, I think the stock market's going up just because of the stock market's not really. It's just perception, really, because it's like I remember Tesla's stock plummeted because Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan's podcast. He smoked weed, and it plummeted after that.
He
Just
also
because
his stock also dropped because he said his stock was too high.
Yeah, so it's like perception.
It is perception, but the thing of it is it's perception, but it also comes down to how many sells and buys you have of something. So the value in a company is perceived off of your assets, out of your income, out of your gross, out of how a product does, and how many times that your stock is bought and sold. So if most of Americans don't have any money in the stock market, then there's less money going on in the stock market. Like in the last few months, people have been making like Robinhood accounts and Webull accounts like crazy. Like there's more growth right now in the stock market than there's ever been. Like when I say growth, I mean like new people making accounts and trading with like more people are trading in the market than there ever has before. So with more people putting money into the market, that means the market's going to grow. And the more like a stock goes up, the more people buy stuff. So if someone like if Apple comes out and says, "Oh, here's our earnings for the second quarter. We projected we were going to make $2 billion, but we made $4 billion. We doubled our perceptions." People are going to be like, "That's a good sign. I'm going to buy more Apple stock." So when more people buy Apple stock, then the price goes up because it's a supply and demand thing. There's only so many stock, and there's so many people trying to buy it that increases the amount of that stocks that are out there to go up. So it is perception, but it is economics at the same time. Like there's a mixture of both.
It went up because after the stimulus checks went out, people put their stimulus checks into the stock market.
Yeah, there were people that did that, but also there's also a lot of people that are looking into investing and trying to become middle class, and people are trying to better themselves. There's a whole lot of different things that are happening. So like it's not one specific thing, but it is a few things. And also you gotta think like this is June. People got their taxes back in May or in March. Like March, April kind of time, people got their tax returns back. So that also helped it.
Trump, I think they did a stimulus for the market.
Yeah, they've been dumping stimulus in the economy. He's also going to start redoing. He's also going to be doing some rebuilding of infrastructure. But I will be right back because I have to use the bathroom. You guys want to go outside? Come on.
Man, you guys are going off in the comments.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, guys. All right, guys. Stop the whole arguing in the chats. Calm down. Calm down.
God, how you say that? You used to be one of the main ones on MTR's channel.
Yeah, yeah, but like at the end of the day, she doesn't know if he's a beta, and she doesn't know if he's a beta, and he doesn't know if she's a welfare queen. So like, it's one thing to blast somebody for saying stupid shit in the comment section, but like, you can't just say shit that you don't know is true. Like, I never do that. Like, I don't make assumptions in MTR's channel. So,
but why did you drop your address? Like, I was just like, what? Like, why did he do that?
Do you know why I dropped my address?
Why?
Because a lot of these motherfuckers that are on MTR's channel that talk all that shit, like, a lot of them talk a lot of anti-white shit and a lot of, oh, you spent your stimulus check and you broke and you don't know, you're dusty, and like there's a lot of bullshit that goes on. A lot of these people talk tough because they don't like my opinion, so they try to bully me through the chat or they try to clown me. I dropped my address because I'm actually from the hood. I live in the hood. I'm a real street dude. All these people on the internet are talk. They're all talking. I literally dropped my address and said, I am the only one of 2 white people on my street. Here's my address. I am not hard to find. If you're not going to do something, then shut the fuck up. I personally don't like telephone tough guys, or I don't like Twitter fingers. So,
but why do you get angry over them? They're just people behind the screen.
Because this is what I don't like. I don't like people that run their mouth and don't like. I'm not a person that likes. I just don't like people that don't take consequences, and I don't like people that think they're tough when they're not. I just don't like it. Like, when I walk around my neighborhood or I walk anywhere, I have to act a certain way. Like, I can't act however I want. I have to act accordingly, because if I can't go down my driveway or down the street and just start saying the N-word to every person I see, because I'm going to have to fight them. I don't walk around calling every dude like a bitch every time I see them, because I'm going to have to fight them. Like, there's a such thing as respect. And like, a lot of these people on the internet, they have no couth, they have no respect. And while they're not having couth or respect, they're discrediting your argument because you're white, and they're telling you that you're privileged. Oh no, I'm not talking about you, Madison. I'm legitimately talking about when I was over in there's a guy named Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. When I was over on his channel, I dropped my address in a live chat multiple times. And yeah, I'm not directly talking about you guys right now. But the reason I did that is because a lot of these guys like to say some racist shit to me and then tell me, like, they'll say that I'm racist, or they'll say some racist shit about white people and refer to me. But then they'll turn around and bitch about how the system is racist, which irritates me. B, a lot of these people want to talk smack, but like, they're not tough. They're only tough on a keyboard. Like, that shit just rubs me the wrong way. Like, I'm telling you right now, if MTR ever has a meet and greet, Like if he does a meet and greet, I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna smack the fuck out of people. Like I'm literally gonna smack. Yeah, I'm gonna hit someone like one of the guys that has one like them real slick comments that they always have in the chat. I will smack the smoke out of their mouth. I'll give them all the smoke they want. Like I don't care. Like
you would go over to jail over a YouTube comment?
No, I would go to jail over someone deciding like this is how I look at this. All right. So I don't have a problem if you see if I'm dating a girl, all right? If you're dating a girl and say I'm dating a girl, okay? And she goes out to the store and I'm nowhere around and some dude hits on her. I have no problem with that because that man is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He saw an attractive lady, he's hitting on her, okay? I will break a motherfucker's eye socket if I'm standing next to her and they look at me and they hit on her in front of me. I will go ballistic on someone's face. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, nah, he looked at you and he'd be like, oh, he ain't gonna do nothing.
Because he recognized that I was there and said, you ain't shit. I'm going to hit at your girl. So when we're on these keyboards and people want to throw racist comments, knowing that I can't say a racist comment back because I'm white, but they can say all sorts of racist shit because I'm white, or they can talk real tough because we're on a keyboard. I would go to this meet and greet, all right, and I would like everyone knows who I am. Like I use my face as an icon. Like it's not like no one could tell who I was, and I would check motherfuckers and see if what they said on the internet was what they thought in person. And if they wanted to stand by what they said, then I would smack the love of God out of their mouth. Because unlike other people, I come from like a roughneck place where it's about respect. It's not about like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you got to go to jail to prove a point. Do you know how many times someone robs you, like breaks in your house after you beat the living fuck out of them? like listen, I'll put it to you like this. I was on a job at work and someone stole my tool bag. Okay. Now my tool bag, one pair of linemen's is $40. All right. I've got a tool bag that's full of tools. Like it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of tools. I was on a job and someone stole my tool bag. All right. And I was pissed. I told my foreman and we went and looked for it. And I told everyone on that job, listen, I'm going to stand outside till all of you come out. And tomorrow I'm going to be here before you're all here. And when we get off work, I'm going to keep being out front and I'm going to keep watching people until I find my bag. And if I don't find my bag by tomorrow morning, I'm going to go grab one of you and I'm going to beat the living fuck out of you until you tell me who has it. And if that person doesn't know, I'm going to keep going down the route. My tool bag was back in where I left it within like 20 minutes. Like, people do dumb shit because they don't get consequences.
So you were seriously just going to attack everybody in your job until you find out who had the bag?
Well, this is how this works. So there was only a couple of people it could have been. It was the Amish or it was the illegal Mexicans. Okay, those are the only two groups of people that we could not trust on the job. All right. So I went to the leader of the Amish and told him, listen, my shit's missing. And I don't know who did it, but one of you got to take it out of this building at some point. And if I don't get it back, I'm going to start grabbing one of you and I'm going to beat the fuck out of you until I find it out. And it is what it is. And then I told the Mexicans that too. And this is the thing. I'm not joking. I don't care. I'll go to jail. I'll beat the fuck out of as many people as I can to get my tools back. Guess what never happened on that job site?
He probably never got it stolen again. Your boss is okay with that? Like, your boss is okay with you threatening people?
Fuck yeah.
Where do you work? You're an
trades.
electrician, right?
Yeah, I work in the trades, bro. I work with a bunch of savages. Like, savages.
That's hilarious. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, bro. Like I live in a man's trade. So like when it comes down to all this bullshit that people say and do, a lot of that stuff doesn't happen in like our trade. Like we actually work with real men that are actual men, and like you can get into an like could you get fired fighting somebody? Definitely, you definitely could get fired. But at the same time, like if your shit's getting stolen, you need to handle it. Like they're gonna look at you differently if you just let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, like regardless if I was gonna lose, I don't know if my bosses would have been mad at me. Like my foremans don't own the company, but at the same time, if they would have fired me, like I don't care. I'm not gonna let someone steal thousands of dollars of the tools from me just because. Like, no. Let me let these dogs in real quick. I'll be right back.
Dave, I don't know what you mean. Who would you get shit from? Like the people you work with?
So, I'll give you another example. Okay? So, say some dude, all right? Say you're like at a party and some dude starts disrespecting you, but he decides to push you, all right? But you get the thought in your head, if I hit the fuck out this dude, he's a pussy, he'll call the cops on me. All right? So, do you know what happens there?
You ain't gonna do it.
You're not going to do it because the consequences of him calling the cops on you allows you to let him treat you like horse shit. Okay. Well, two things. I've been arrested a lot. I have a criminal record and I also have felonies, so I can't own guns. So at the end of the day, if I get arrested again for completely slapping the taste out this dude's mouth, not only is it not that big of a deal if I get arrested, I guarantee that he'll never run his mouth crazy to me again or put his hands on me or anything like that. And I don't know if you know this, but if you ever want to be mad disrespectful to someone, you bitch slap them. If there's a grown man or another male that's talking trash to you and they put their hands on you, if you just bitch slap them, you just palm them across the face, that is the most disrespectful shit you can do to somebody. It is the most disrespectful shit.
Yeah.
Because you're literally saying that you are such not a man that I don't even need to close my fist. I'm going to palm you in the face as if you were like a child. Like, yeah. So
and then the loud sound. It's the embarrassment thing.
Yeah, just like straight palm. Like this is the 1600s in France, and you're doing a duel. I charge you to a duel. Release each other with the gloves.
You saw Joe Rogan's podcast. Apparently in Seattle, you can straight up duel somebody. Like it's legal. A cop can be right there, and you can say, "I want to fight you," and the guy agrees to fight you. You can straight up fight, and the cops won't intervene.
Yeah, it's because it's considered mutual combat.
That is like that is the coolest. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, do you know why that is though? Because most of Oregon's red. Most of Oregon's a red state, and the also with the gold rush and whatnot of the Wild West pioneer stuff, but that's where it is, man. Like this is what you understand. Either you're a man or you're not a man, okay? And if you go watch the movie The Patriot, so at the end of the day, this is how this works. Back in the day in The Patriot, Mel Gibson went to war, and like he was a savage, and he was brutal. Like they ended up killing a bunch of like these, I think it was Frenchmen or something. They did something. So to teach them a lesson, the British went and they chopped these people up piece by piece. And they started at their feet and they chopped them apart while they were alive so that they had to experience the most amount of it. And then they ended up taking, out of all the people they captured, they left 2 alive, and they took all the pieces that they had cut up and they put them in baskets in groups. So they put fingers in a basket. The other, they just did fingers and hands and like heads, and they did this in baskets, and they put them in the river, and they pushed those down the river so that the people could see, like the Indians and the French could see like what happened. Okay, like they did some really fucked up shit to prove a point. All right, but then we get to the Civil War, or we get to the Revolutionary War. All right, and they were asking if they wanted to vote to go against the crown to fight for independence, and he said, "No, I have children of 7, and my kids, their mom is dead." So
you said Mel Gibson?
Mel Gibson, the Patriot. When they were doing the vote in South Carolina in the movie to go to war, he said, "I have 7 children, and their mother is dead. Who is to raise them if something happens to me?" So then they vote to pass everyone stood up and said, like, "I thought you were a man of principle," talking to Mel Gibson. Well, after the vote went through, he goes outside, and his son, who's 18, goes to sign up to join the militia or the army for the United States to fight against the British. And he told him that he didn't want him to fight, and he goes, "Well, you embarrass me." Like he told me, like, you know, he told his dad, like, "I thought you were a man of principle." Okay, so the reason that I tell this story is because sometimes what is right to do is not necessarily what's legal to do, and sometimes it's gonna hurt your pocket, or it's gonna hurt. There's going to be a heavy consequence to what you're going to do. But sometimes people need a lesson. Like sometimes you have to prove a point. Like that's why when I'm in the in like MTR's channel, I troll like a motherfucker because I'm proving a point. Like they'll say something and then I'll use that exact thing that they say, but I'll take it to the extreme, but I'll say it to like the opposite of what they're saying. So it's the exact same logic. So it's like it shows them like you sound ridiculous. Like what you're saying is like, that's why I do that. Like sometimes you gotta look like an asshole or be an asshole to prove a point, because enough people don't do that. Enough people just let shit go, and then you just have a bunch of like soft ass dudes that go around running their mouth and like never been punched in the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in 3 fights since I've been on probation, since I've been sober.
How long ago was that?
My last fight was not this December, but the December before. And then I got in a fight in like September and October of that same year. So I've been on probation. Like I got in 3 fights, and then I went to probation the next time I seen my PO and told my PO that I beat someone's ass.
What did he say?
He laughed.
That is. So he just laughed and be like, all right, that's cool.
Because this is what it comes down to. He's a man. I'm a man. Okay, for one. The one incident, it was my roommate's brother, and he was at my house, and like him and his brother were fighting with each other outside, and they were arguing over me, but I didn't know that. My daughter's mom told me to go out there and check to see if everything was okay. And I said, okay. So I went out there with just pants on, no shoes, no socks, no shirt. Like I was taking a nap. I only went out there just to see if everything was all right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Sometimes fights happen because men forget they're talking to men. So I walked outside and I was like, hey, is everything okay? And his brother, my roommate's brother, looked me dead in the face and said, you need to watch your back. And I was like, what? He's like, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. I walked off the porch, down the stairs, went around his truck, and just started punching him in his face. Just beating the shit out of him. Just beating the fuck out of him. And he's like, oh, we're going to do this? And I said, yeah. Like, what did you think we were going to do? Like, you're here now. Like, why would I wait? So I beat the fuck out of my roommate's brother in the street at my house on probation. I then went and told my PO. And my PO was like, well, he threatened you and he was on your property. Like, I get it. The next time, the guy that lived above me was smoking crack, and he came down to my apartment and started trying to eat food off the stove because he was all cracked out. So me and my roommate kicked him out of the house, and we locked the back door because the back door wasn't locked because we were home and we were doing laundry. So we left the back door unlocked. Well, when we kicked him out and locked it, he started kicking the back door in, saying that we stole his pants. So we opened the door, and like he swung on my roommate. So my roommate grabbed him, and I just started hitting him while he was being held.
Oh,
and
wow.
then, yeah. And then my roommate's nicer than I am. So like he told me to stop. And I was like, fine. And then my roommate went outside, and like, so my roommate goes outside because he's at the window saying he was going to call the cops. And I was like, call the cops because you're smoking crack. I don't care. Like, do what you're going to do. I don't really care. I know you're not going to call the cops. So he's like, well, why don't you come out here and fight me? Why don't you come out here and fight me instead of jumping me like a bitch? I said, okay. I looked at my roommate and said, dude, I'm not going out there because I won't beat him retarded. I have company. I'm not going to beat him. Like you do it. So he went out there and beat the shit out of him. And then after that, he never talked tough to us again. Like he never talked crazy to us ever again. And then that December, my son's mom's mom was her mom's boyfriend was fighting and stuff. So I went and grabbed her and the kids, and I went and grabbed her and the kids and dealt with that, and then took her back to my house, and she stayed with me for a month. But yeah, like that's just it. Like a lot of people just don't, like, a lot of men don't act like men. Like, I don't care if I go and spend some days in the jail because some dude ran his mouth and said some stupid shit, and I just hauled off and bitch slapped the fuck out of him. Yeah, a lot of people say and do whatever they want because they don't have consequences, and like I don't care. I don't care about consequences. At the end of the day, like either right is right or wrong is wrong, and I'm not going to let you treat me or do me any certain type of way. So if you do, regardless if the cops get get mad at me, I don't care because they'll get over it.
I mean, sheesh, man. I mean, I don't think I can do the same because like if I get arrested, that's gonna mess up my future. Because I mean, your job is like, you know, you could have got a job, you know, you got priors, but me trying to be a PA, I don't think I'm gonna be hired in the hospital if I assaulted people.
Yeah, but it also depends. It depends on the situation. It also depends on what your principles are.
Mm-hmm. Like they at least got to hit me first for me to be able to say it's self-defense. I can't you can't hit me first.
But here's the thing. They don't like, even in a situation where you get hit first, you can still become the aggressor. So if someone hits you first and you hit them and break their nose and they go down and then you get on top of them and keep hitting them in the court, you can still become the main aggressor because you broke their nose and they quote unquote stop fighting. But I'm gonna tell you like this. Like when you hit, like if someone hits me, I'm putting them out. I'm putting them down. Like I'm not second guessing. I'm not going to stop. Like I'm going to make sure that I can walk away and they're not going to get up and follow me. I'm making sure that they're unconscious. Like I don't care. I would rather be able to beat the shit out of somebody and know that they're unconscious and walk away and then call 911 or whatever that is, than hit somebody, put them down, and then go to turn my back and walk away, and then they shoot me or stab me. Like I would rather walk out of the situation in one piece than not in any pieces. Yeah, you can even hit someone first in self-defense if they threaten you. Like at the end of the day, I don't care. I'm going to figure it out right then and there, and then we'll let the court system figure it out from there. I'm not going to live some sort of situation in fear, because if I've been shot and stabbed, and they're not fun, either one. And being hit, I've been hit in the head with pipes. I've been hit in the face with a bat. Yeah, like at the end of the day, I pick me. I'm not picking anyone else, and I'm not gonna worry about their feelings or the courts, because that could end up with my life being taken from me. And I don't know about you, but I like breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Ash. Come on. Get up here.
It's a crazy world.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, man, I don't get into conflict because, like, I'm not a guy that seeks it. So it's like, I never really been in that situation where I just have to hit somebody.
Yeah, but see, even though if you, like, this is the thing, even though if you don't seek it, like, this is the problem. There's a lot of times that there's a lot, like, I live in the hood. Like, I live in the hood. Yeah. There's a lot of times that, like, violence can just find you. Like, people will talk crazy to you at the corner store, or they'll yell out their window. Like, people do dumb shit, especially in the hood. So, like, even if you're not looking for it, like, it can find you. But at the same time, I just won't let anyone disrespect me, and I won't let anyone threaten me. That's just what it comes down to. I just don't care. like that's why my name is Savage Red Recovery, because Savage is like, that's the point. Like I don't care. Like I'm savage in all aspects of my life. Like I'm not. No,
I definitely get what you mean with that that hood aspect.
Yeah, like I've got, like, my hands say King Savage on them.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Like, at the end of the day, man, like, you just got, like, for me personally, like, I'd rather see my kid, like with my son, if someone says something stupid, and like if someone said some slick shit in front of me about my kid, I'll knock a motherfucker out right then and there. I'm not gonna ask them what they said. I'm not gonna check and see what they think. I'm just gonna fucking throat punch them.
Like, what does it take for them to hit you? what does it take for you to hit them about your son?
All they have to do is say a racial slur. All they have to do is say something sideways, like indirectly to me about my son. Like a lot of people like to play coy and like they'll try to act like they'll try to be like slick. So this is how a threat works. Okay, so in like here in Ohio, all right, say I tell your girlfriend that I'm gonna beat your ass. A threat only works is if you tell the person directly. So if I tell you that I'm gonna beat your ass, that's a threat. But if you and your girlfriend are out and I'm directly talking to your girlfriend and I tell your girlfriend that I'm gonna beat your ass, that's not a threat, because a threat is a threat directly to somebody. So if you use a third person, you can get away from threatening somebody. So like people will do stupid shit like that. Like they'll say slick little things. I'll just punch them in their mouth. I don't care. Fuck it.
Mm.
Stop, Ash. Let me see your ear. I need to take you to the vet. You have an ear infection. Go lay down, bud. Yeah, so yeah, listen, when I'm in public, like I'm humble and I'm respectful, but I take disrespect very, very, very poorly. I don't even like if someone says like, listen, I shit you not, bro. So I was at Walmart in the Steel Yard, and I know that you don't know what that is, but you can ask Dave. You can ask Dave Jones. The Steel Yard Walmart is like the most hood Walmart you'll ever be in your life. It is like Ratchet USA, and it's voted the worst. It's voted the worst in the country. Now, what ended up happening is me and my girl were walking, and these two dudes, as we're passing. Now, I've got my son, she's got her son, and we're passing them, and like I can hear the comments that they're saying, and like they're taking it way over the top. And mind you, I've got an 11-year-old with me, and I've got a 2-year-old with me. And like I turned around and was going to walk back up the parking lot and say something to him, because clearly you see me walking with her. Clearly our kids are with us. Like, you don't need to be being rude like that. I'm going to check the fuck out of you. The only reason I'm not is because she grabbed me. Yeah, of course you do, Dave, because you ratchet as fuck. but like when we're in public, like she doesn't let me deal with shit the way that I want to deal with shit. What do you mean, Chris?
Oh,
like if someone says that to me, does that bother me? Or
no, I know with the black community, the whole good hair thing, because it's insinuating, huh?
I know what it means,
But
I'm asking the context, because all he said was saying your son has good hair ? Like there's no more context to it than that. So I'm asking what he means.
I think that's more of an insult towards the baby mother. Like he looks at the kid and he looks at you and says, "Oh, your son got the good hair."
They weren't saying anything to my son. They were talking about my girl's ass. Like they were like, "Damn!" Like they were like, yeah, like they were saying like sexual, like they were being sexually raunchy in front of my kids. No, it's not an insult, but it's disrespect.
How many people? What were it?
It was 2.
So it was just 2 guys, and they
Yeah,
did all
like-
that.
Yeah, like they said more than one thing, but it was like the whole time, like we're walking past each other and you can hear how loud they're being, how they're going on and on and on and on about it. And like my kids are right here and my girl is standing right next to me. So again, in their head, they were like, he ain't gonna do nothing. Like I'm gonna disrespect this dude as a man because he's a bitch. So like that was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my ego. It's just like if I walk up to you and say, "You's a bitch," I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting your ego. I'm just telling you that you're beneath me. That's exactly what you're doing when you like hit on my girl. Like you blatantly hit on my girl and it's in front of my kids. Like not only are you like you ain't shit, but then you're also being rude in front of my children.
And Kyle, you're reminding me about this one guy I went to high school with. His father was like a fighter in Guyana, and him and his brother were trained since like day one because they both want to do UFC. So it's like they've been being trained since they were like babies to fight. So when I say this guy took no disrespect, I mean this guy walked up to a table with five people at the school because one of them looked at him funny earlier in the day. And he was talking all day like, yo, at lunchtime, I'm going to walk up to him and tell him, don't look at me like that. And I go into the lunchroom. All I see, I see him staring at the guy. And then I'm like, yo, what, you about to go talk to him? He's like, yeah. I just, all right, man, be careful because like, you're older than him. You know, you're 18 now. You can get arrested. He's like, yeah, all right. I'm about to walk out. I turn around. I see this guy dropping 4 or 5 people. Like, it was crazy because this guy knows UFC, bro. Like, he punched one guy, like, knocked him out. Another guy came behind him. He picked him up, slammed him, all because one person looked at him.
Listen, bro. I got expelled from school. The reason I don't have a high school diploma is because I got expelled from school because I was 18. And there was this kid that was like 16. He was like 15 or 16 or something. Like he was in school. He was younger than me. But like I was having a bad day at school and my seat was the very last seat on the bus. It was the one-seater. And like I'm on the bus waiting for people to get into their seats. So I'm standing in line and he's like sitting right next to me and he's just mean mugging me. And I'm like, what the hell are you looking at, bro? And he goes, I'm looking at a faggot.
What kind of ignorance is that?
I said, okay, gotcha. So I proceeded to walk to my seat, took my book bag off, put it in the seat, turned around, walked back to the front of the bus, tapped him on his shoulder. He looked up at me, and I just took off on him. Beat his ass, turned around, walked back to my seat, and sat down and went home. Like,
Damn.
Yeah. And then they expelled me because I was 18 years old and he was underage, and I was already a problem child. So like they were like, "We're just gonna get rid of you now." I was like, "Cool, that's fine." But yeah, like when I was younger, bro, like I had a bad temper, a real bad temper. Like I got kicked out of every school I ever been to for fighting. Like I was that kid, like I was that guy that if I was driving and you mean mugged me while I was driving past you, I'd pull my car over and get out the fucking car and check your ass. Like I've calmed down a lot. I've calmed down a lot since I've gotten older and I had kids and stuff. But yeah, like if you mean mug me, like I have no problem checking your ass right then and there. Like yeah, I'm definitely not one of those dudes. Like I'm okay with getting my ass beat. Like I have no problem starting something that I can't finish just because you're going to respect me regardless.
Yeah. I mean, even you get your ass beat. I mean, the guy, you got a bloody nose or something.
Well, that's how it goes, man. Like, you're not going to win every fight. You're not going to win every fight, but people are going to respect you. So, is there any topics anyone wants to discuss? Does anyone want to come on here on the panel and talk about anything, or is this pretty much done for the night? Are we gonna wrap this up? You guys in the comments, tell me. Oh, I don't know if any of you guys vape, but I just bought this vape juice yesterday. It's called Fruit Twist, and it is a tropical pucker punch. This shit right here is the truth. The truth.
So what, it has flavor?
Yeah, it's tropical pucker punch. It's the flavor of it. And it's good.
I thought they got banned.
No.
I saw Steven Crowder talk about something about how vapes got banned.
They were trying to. They were trying to. Why are you guys arguing about grammar in English? All right, guys. I'm dyslexic and never graduated high school. All right, so like, if I'm okay sounding like a retard when I type in text, you shouldn't have to pick on other people. Oh, bro, I've definitely been jumped. Like, I'm not saying that like I'm gonna get hit and go down and just be okay with it. But I'm saying, like, if you're gonna fight, you're gonna learn. If you're gonna fight, you're gonna lose. Like, losing happens. You're not gonna beat everybody. Like, you're just not. Like, that's a part of losing and fighting, is winning and losing.
Yeah, I don't think you said. Did you run up on those two guys that was talking about your girlfriend?
No, she wouldn't let me.
Oh,
she wouldn't let me. Just like she won't let me wear. She doesn't like if I wear my Trump gear.
You got the "Make America Great Again" equipment.
Yeah, bro. I got a Trump hat, Trump shirts. Like, big supporter. She doesn't like me wearing it in public because she doesn't want me getting into a fight when she's with me with the kids. If it's just me and her, she don't care. But when I have the kids with me, she don't want me having to get into a fight or anything with the kids there.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Do you think he's gonna get reelected?
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, it's like all the stuff with Biden. I feel like Bernie would have had a better chance than Biden, considering everything that's happened.
Yeah, but Bernie decided to go. Like, Bernie had a chance if he was running if he went populist like he did in 2016. He had a chance.
What you mean populist?
That's what Trump ran on. No, it's not. It's not the case. It's definitely not the case, Dave. Like, I've been in plenty of fights. You see my nose. You see how, like, my nose is fucked up. I've broken my nose many, many, many times. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not the biggest, toughest, baddest dude on the earth. There's always someone bigger and badder than you. Like, the whole thing of you win some, you lose some is a real statement. Like, you're not going to win every fight, and to think you are is crazy. But at the same time, like,
Yo, Madison and Chris is just going off on each other.
yeah, what are you guys arguing about? Like, why, Chris? Why are you going in on Madison? Like, what's going on?
Man. What happened to Lawrence? I remember I used to see him like every live stream before.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him since the last one that me and him did like a week or two ago.
Yeah. Well, Kyle, it was good to be on here, but I gotta head out.
All right, but I'll talk to you later. It was good to have you on. Thank you for your time. Ash, come on, bro. You gotta move, bro. You gotta quit pushing on me. So is there anything that is there any topics you guys want to talk about? Because if not, I've been rambling for 6 hours and I'm going to get off here. Oh, they're shooting. Do you see my dog? He wants to be on camera. You see him? Yeah, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm hoping to get I'm waiting for my buddy. Yeah, I know I missed MTR, by the way. Like, I'm focusing more on my channel than other people's channels because I'm trying to get this to grow, and the only way I'm going to do that is by putting out more content and stuff like that. I was hoping to get my buddy that just got out of prison. He just got out of federal prison like in the last year, so I was trying to get him to do an interview today, but he ended up having something to do. So hopefully I can get him on tomorrow. But Madison Starr, thank you for showing your support and coming and giving me some of your time. Like, I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone that was here that helped join in the conversation. If you guys aren't subscribed, if you go down, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, also hit the like. I've been putting out plenty of topics on my channel. I might live stream tomorrow. I might not. It just depends. And at the end of the day, I'm probably going to try to look for some topics to do some pre-recorded videos, get some more content out there. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for giving me some of your time. I appreciate the support you guys have given me. I do have merchandise that I just released this week or last week. If you go onto my channel, it's actually down in the description. The link for the merchandise is down there. It's actually photographs that I went out and took pictures and edited and I produced, and you can get it printed on pillows. You can get canvas. You can get blankets. Just, if you end up liking something, go ahead and pick it up. If you don't like it, tell me you don't like it. I'm working on making some t-shirts to be able to be printed. That's what the next designs I'm working on is. But thanks everyone for your time. I appreciate it. I will see you guys next time. Peace.